Okay, we're back. I had to restart my computer. Oh, here's this. I put some music on because it's a little boring right now. Oh, bring it down some. Set something. Okay. Let's see here. Let's see what time his thing starts. I think it starts at 11. 5-day preliminary hearing. A week long. Okay. So we may be here every day. Wednesday, I do have to leave though at 3. So. Looking to see where the updates are going to be. All right, hold on. I'll be right back. In between this, I'm going to be doing laundry, folding laundry, all that good stuff. Oh, shit. I just hit something. Okay, I'm back. Oh, what's going on here? Why is there no sound? I'm not sure who that is. Okay. See. Whew, I am out of breath. Let's go. Hold on, let's go and see what JLR is talking about.
Whether you're dealing with low energy, mood changes, sleep issues, hot flashes, weight changes.
Oh, don't even start. Okay, that's something. Come over here to see what he's talking about. He's not even talking. That's a first. Pugsley, you need to move, dude. I need you to
Now
move.
there's no volume on AP. Look.
Come on.
No volume.
Get up. Go. Go. Come on, Papa.
Nope. No volume. I'll turn it up soon though. You just hear it coming up like, I don't know. Probably all the producers are calling the AP. Get your volume on. We want to hear what's going on out there. Who are these people? Utah Judiciary, General Mission, Trial Observation, line up single file here.
I think he's mad at me. Trying to find.
So how many seats are allocated here? Usually these type of cases book up very, very fast. And a lot of times with these big cases, people wait in line like overnight. I don't think that's the case here because it's a preliminary. The reports, Tyler Robinson is set to come face to face with Charlie Kirk's parents and widow for the first time.
Oh.
For the first time in a courtroom.
Okay, AP News.
Face to face. They are seeking the death penalty.
Okay, we don't have to watch. Ooh, they are seeking the death penalty. Yeah, I already knew that. Pugsley. Okay, let me make this bigger. Okay, refresh. Oh, nope, it's still trying to do it now. Okay, so from AP News 6 minutes ago. You know what I can do? Which would be just so much easier to do it this way so you guys can see. I don't know why it does that for me. Damn it. I might have to take me off the stage.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me. Hold on. There we go. Okay. I can't make it any bigger, but you guys will be able to see what I'm reading over here. 6 minutes ago, Kirk's family says his death irrevocably impacted our lives. Bleh. I couldn't read today. Kirk's widow has said she forgives the man accused of killing him. I'm sorry, I would. No, that's just me. Robinson's attorney tried to block the death penalty. Will Robinson face the death penalty? They're shooting for it. They are trying to shoot. Oh, poor choice of words. I'm so sorry. I just realized. I was like, you shit. I just sit and we gotta wait.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
Pugsley, what are you doing over there? My TV. I heard my Netflix thing because I sleep with the TV on. I heard the Netflix thing. What the hell? This is gonna drive me nuts. Let me see. There we go. Can I add? I want to try to add something music in here. What's this? Hold on. What's custom? Is this mine? There we go. We can put this on. Wait, what's this other one? I have another one in here. What's this other one? There, we can do that. I have another one. Is anybody else hearing that static? Oh no, that's from the song. We can do that. Oh, hear that. Hold on. Is anybody else hearing that static? It's kind of hard to hear me. I don't want to be super close to the mic, but I'll just talk. It'll be fine. See if there's any new. Nope, no updates. So we sit and we wait. The volume is up on this one. I don't. They must have forgot to turn their volume up or something. Who is this? Who is it? I feel bad because you guys are just sitting there listening to nothing. Just let me put. I'll just put something on. I'll just do this one. I always do. There, so you guys have something to listen to. I don't know why they don't have their sound on. I'll try a different template here, see if that will make it. It looks so much. That's on their end, I think. Let's go and refresh. Nope. Ugh. 5 days. We're gonna be here for 5 days. Wednesday around 3, I will have to leave. My son has his senior pictures at 3:30, so I will pass 3. I think I did everything I was gonna do this morning. Got the laundry in, I took my medicine, I'm drinking a pop, which I probably shouldn't be doing, but whatever. Oh. Hope you all had a good 4th. We spent it with my brother-in-law and his family and all that stuff. I hate this background. The hell is stuff on here? I don't even know what it is. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Okay. I'm back on my stream. I'm gonna play around with some backgrounds. Wait. Some of this is new. Why is it not coming up? Fine. It's not letting me change my background. Restream has got, there it goes. Restream has got some problems today. Let me tell you. Still no update. Want to know, a week-long preliminary hearing for the man accused of killing conservative activist Charlie Kirk will begin at 11 a.m. Okay, so it is officially 10:01 here now, so we have 59 minutes till it starts. So if you want to put the phone down, I'll holler when it starts. Go do whatever you got to do. Put me on the TV. Whatever, I'll let you know. Prosecutors will aim to show that they have enough evidence against Tyler Robinson to proceed to trial. This is a week-long preliminary hearing. This isn't even the trial. Yeah, I woke up this morning and I seen some stuff, and I was like, "Oh man, I thought I had more time to prepare." No. Presentation of evidence is so far. After the hearing concludes, State District Judge Tony, is it Garfa? Garf? Must determine if the case should proceed. The 23-year-old Robinson is charged with aggravated murder in the September 10th assassination of Kirk on the Utah Valley University campus. Kirk's parents and widow Erica Kirk will attend the hearing, according to a person familiar with the situation who spoke on conditions of inanimate. You guys can read inanimate. You know, whatever. It's a word I can't say. Somebody needs to start flipping all these words that I can't say. Anonymity. Here we go. Because they were not authorized to speak publicly. It is the first time that Kirk's family will be in court with the man accused of killing. Okay, so we can scroll down if they do an update and read. Nope, no updates yet. So we're just waiting, watching who comes. Court watch. I didn't even put any hashtags on this video or anything. Let's go. There we go. Ugh. I'm already like getting antsy because I don't like sitting still. Oh, this is the live viewing. Nothing new. Oh, welcome in, everyone. We're just sitting here waiting. We have just a little bit less than an hour. It starts here at 11 Eastern time. I think. Wait. I love Eastern time. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Oh, come on. Started my computer. What the hell is going on with the music? Wait, let me stop it. Everything is so slow over here and I don't know. Restream is like not. Oh my god. The update thing. Let me. Why is it going so? Oh, you serious? Oh god. No new update. We already know Erica said she forgives him. State District Judge Tony, is it Garf? I'll just call him Garf. Said recently that prosecutors have violated his restrictions on talking outside the courtroom when Deputy Utah County Attorney Christopher is I want to say Billard, but I know it's not. Ballard, excuse me, told media outlet his office had simple evidence to convict Tyler Robinson of killing Charlie Kirk. Robinson's lawyer agreed, The comments were intended to influence potential jurors. Ooh, shit. As a punishment, they wanted the judge to block prosecutors from seeking the death penalty. Garf said that was too severe and that Ballard's comments weren't malicious. The judge said any potential bias issue could be addressed by expanding the jury pool or more closely questioning potential jurors when the case goes to trial. Oh, look at that fake. Look at that. That's fake shit. There was not one tear. And Charlie Kirk's family thanks supporters for their kindness and prayers ahead of Monday's preliminary hearing. Every court proceeding serves as a painful reminder of his death, Erica Kirk. His widow said in a statement posted on X, "In the loss that has irrevocably impacted our lives and the lives of his children." I feel more bad for his children than I do for Erica. She added that the public outpouring has sustained us during the darkest days of our lives. The statement was posted on behalf of Kirk's parents, Robert and Catherine, his widow, and his sister Mary. Out of respect for the judicial process, we will not be commenting further at this time, the brief statement said. So, 21 minutes ago, we still waiting. Leslie, why do you look so sad? Is it because mom didn't make the bed for you? I want to text my husband and be like, so around 11, come into my live so you can hear everything. Oh, man. Uh, 23 minutes ago. Come on. I need something. That doesn't even sound like the music that I chose. It's the weirdest thing ever because what I just clicked on is what I clicked on before, and it's two completely different music. Oh, God. Let me post this next. Copy link. I could spell, that would be so much better. Why is it not letting me fucking paste? There we go. Oh, man. Okay, let's see if there's anything new. It says one over here, so maybe there isn't anything. Okay, here we go. There's one new one. Let's read it. Okay, 2 minutes ago, a former Utah judge says prosecutors will very likely to clear the legal bar to pursue murder case. For Tyler Robinson to be found guilty at trial, prosecutors will have to prove without any reasonable doubt that he killed Kirk. But the criteria for this week's preliminary hearing are less strict. Mark Krause, who was a prosecutor and state judge in Salt Lake City, says there's a low threshold of prosecutors to show the case against Tyler Robinson should proceed to trial. Effective, it's 51%. There's a 51% chance they did it, Krause. Now, in a whatever professor at the University of Utah's S.J. Quinney College of Law said in an interview, this standard is extremely low and the chances of them not getting through it are, quite frankly, almost nothing. So, oh. I don't have to sit here and refresh the tab. It'll tell me at the top of its tab if it's got one new. We have an ad. Yep. Sound is on. Must be parking up there. That's pretty good. I mean, that's kind of cool. I've never seen something like that. Car doctors. Before trying to see if you have any. I hate when people want to move shit around. She better say it sometime at like 2 or after 2:30. I would say the earliest. I swear to God. Hey, who is this? I don't know who these people are. My husband would probably know. Look at all the people running up here trying to get a look. No clue who that is. I don't know. I don't know who that is. Oh, that works. Let me see here. I can do 3:30 still, or even right after his haircut. Oh, my son's gonna be excited. I've had him in prepping and everything for Wednesday for his senior pictures. Sounds great. Glad it works out. Okay. Still nothing new. Let's see. How long does it take to get from here to where his pictures are? 27. So 3:30 I have to leave here at 3. I should have enough time to get my son prepped and ready. And I gotta text grandparents because I think one of them is trying to come. I'm not sure what she's doing. You guys just sit here and listen to me talk. Let's see. Eden. Ooh. SR pics got moved from Wednesday to tomorrow. Just a day early. Still same time and same place. Now let's hopefully. I'm trying to keep trying to. Oh, okay, good, because Wednesday's supposed to be 90. Tuesday is looking clear. I really hope the river is low because I want to get my son out in the river and on like some flat rocks and stuff to get to see the pictures. So how is everybody? Y'all doing good out there on these streets? For people coming in, this is going to be 5 days. So instead of me leaving early Wednesday, I have to leave early tomorrow now. Still no updates over here. We got about 39 minutes before it starts. 11 a.m. Eastern time. I'm on Eastern Coast. I see people keep coming in and leaving. We're all streaming the same thing. Pick somewhere. God. Oh, I gotta let my. I probably should go up with him when he gets his haircut tomorrow, because I'm gonna be like really pick stuff. So why is this not freaking updating? It was not 2 minutes ago. Come on, you can do like a little engine up there. My husband, Eden, or my son's stepfather. Okay. You can. Oh, God. Why is this taking forever? Oops, I didn't mean to do that. I totally forgot that I was sharing it. Hold on. I don't know why it's not updating. Wait, what am I doing here? AP News. AP News. Tyler. Okay, no, let's go. What the fuck? Oh, it's too... I lost it. Now I can't find it again. Damn it. It was from AP freaking News. Let's see, Tyler Robinson. Go. Okay, we have a new update, so let me add it in so you guys can see what I'm doing. Okay. Where the pew pew it took place. Okay. Surveillance video shows shooter exiting campus grounds here. The rifle was hidden in a nearby wooded area wrapped in a towel. So he exited here. Because there was somebody, I think, standing right over in here. That was... No, it wasn't. I'm sorry. It was a camera. So it was somewhere over in here. Because they, like, watched him walk around that way. Shooter climbs down edge of roof and then drops to the ground, leaving behind palm impressions, smudges, and shoe imprint here. This is where... I don't know how this kid did not break his leg. Like, he got some balls. Lucy Center. The shot was fired from this location. And then right here, Charlie Kirk was fatally shot here. I don't know. I still have my theories. Okay, we already read that. All right. So that's the latest for an update. Calendar. I don't know, July 7th. Because if not, I will forget. The first time he got his hair cut with the girl that he goes to now. I even seen it on my calendar. I'm a little call from the salon. Hey, Aiden was supposed to be here like 5 minutes. I'm right. I was like, I'm so sorry. So if I don't add it, I won't remember. But I know it was on the first haircut was on the calendar. I don't know why I forgot. I think I just having a busy day. Oh man, so just hanging out, chilling. I'm bored. I'm getting antsy. You guys see my new picture? That's my Puggle Pugsley. He was just laying there all cute like, and I'm like, oh, I gotta get a picture. He'll be a year old next month. And I'm just like, wow. Can't believe he's not gonna get any bigger. I hope he like looks like a puppy for a while. There was a little kid last night. We took him for a walk. If I say the WALK with an IES on the end, he'll freak out. We took him for one of those last night, and this little boy had a sparkler, and he's like, "Hi, puppy!" And the kid's parents are like, "Oh, your puppy's so cute." I'm like, "Oh, he's almost a year old." I didn't say that though. I really wish they had sound on. I want to hear sound. I'm playing with things now. There we go. Who's this? I don't know who that is. I want to know who these people are so I can tell you guys who they are, but I don't know. That could be actually Charlie Kirk's mom and dad and his sister right there, now that I think about it. Oh, there's an update. Hey, the update. Court hearing in Charlie Kirk's is seeking or Sir Curious. Yeah, curious. Whatever. Armed officers with binoculars are on the roof of the courthouse where Tyler Robinson faces key hearing and fatal shooting of Charlie Kirk. Ooh, shit. More officers are on the ground outside the courthouse, which we can see. A drone was also flying overhead. Robinson's defense team arrived at the Utah County Courthouse with Dolly to move boxes of documents. Okay, so they're getting there. They're getting set up. So this is good. We got 30 minutes left before it starts. The focus of the hearing is whether there's enough evidence to send Robinson to trial and whether the death penalty will be an option if there's a conviction. Sally Juber? Is it Juber? Who lives nearby in Orem? Got one of the 14 courtroom seats set aside for the public. I'm a trial watcher, true crime enthusiast. My grandson's girlfriend was there the day it happened. She said, referring to Utah Valley University. Hey, so I kind of thought more people. There's only 14 seats for the public. Let's go and see what is on the X streets. If there's anything good, I'll share it. You guys can see. It's taking forever to load. There's be a lot of people.
Wix didn't just help us build a website.
Oops, sorry
It
guys.
helped us build a movement.
There you go. fuck? You guys need to go to look at TMZ about 42 minutes ago. Oh, do it. Don't do it. I'm just scrolling the people I'm following. I'm like, damn. There we go. Oh, did it really just do it again? Come on. Okay, before I take over. Oh, Erica Kirk has already arrived. Wow. She came in like way back over here somewhere. Like not wherever, not through here, back over here. So she is there. Erica Kirk is there right now. What? Oh, me. She looks. Those pants. They look like pants. Like they're just so short on her. I'm sorry. It's a cute outfit. I'm not gonna lie, but she just looks funny in them. I'm not gonna watch that. I'm not seeing anything on here. It's like nobody gives two shits about Tyler Robinson, which I don't blame them. See if there's anything new. Here in a minute, I'm gonna go make some food so I have something to eat before this all starts, so I won't come back up. I'm kind of curious to see what evidence they've been hiding. I don't want to say hiding, but keeping from the public. That's what I want to. I mean, we already know a lot of it anyway, I would assume. Did you guys hear about that girl? She's on TikTok. I seen it last night. I went down that rabbit hole. She's literally moving to Afghanistan to be with her husband. They've only seen each other for 12 days in 2 years. And she married him and she's moving to Afghanistan. That's a whole rabbit hole. That girl's pants though, that gets me. It's like they're too short for her. Come on, I want to see what you guys are going to post here before 11. Nothing new. Yeah, Erica Kirk came in way over here. She came into the side. She didn't come in through here. I shared it on my X. If you're following me on X, it's literally the same name as it is on here. I'm bored. Who else is covering this? I'm sure there's a lot of people covering this. What the fuck is that? Everybody's got their stuff set for 11 or 11:15. It's alright, we can sit here and chill. Hang out, talk about whatever. I don't know. Like, I'm seriously bored, y'all. I wish I had games that I could play on here and you guys could, like, watch. I mean, you can do that, but not within Restream. StreamYard don't have it either. I like StreamYard when I first started coming on here. And then, like, because I'm a cheap ass, I'm not monetized, so I'm not making any money either. Just so everyone knows I'm not making any money off this. StreamYard only gives you 30 hours a month to use for free, and then you gotta pay for it after that. And I was like, what the fuck? So then I found Restream, and literally everything's free. Like, it's the basic of basic. That's why I don't have an intro. I made an intro, but every time I play it, you guys don't hear the music, but you can see the graphics and stuff. And I'm like, what the hell? I don't know. I mean, I've made a lot of stuff, but it's like, I don't know, I just won't play. Maybe I probably have to pay for it. I don't know. This is starting. Oh, there it goes. I wonder if I should go make some food. You know what? I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go make some food right now. So I'll be here when everything starts. Still nothing yet. Do we even have any updates? I got like 2 more minutes. My food will be done. Praying to God, my dog doesn't like throw a fit. He likes to have puggle tantrums, and the breed actually does that. So. Check out X and see what's going on over here. Okay, Tyler Robinson's family is there. They arrived almost an hour ago. What are you doing? Did you really just lay on my foot? He laid on my foot. I haven't seen anything about Charlie's parents, but I'm assuming they're already there. Oh, my food is done. I will be right back. I don't want to roll over you, dude. What? Why are you licking the wheel, dude? Okay, I got my food. I went to the bathroom. I have my drink.
Hungry Root is here.
And I needed it because my
me
fridge
get
is
that.
super empty.
I'm gonna open the box.
Hey, there we go. Watch out. Chill for a second, dude. Okay. Still no update. Okay, I got 10 minutes, but we all know it's not going to start exactly at 11. No new update. Hopefully this doesn't like go like all day because I got some shit now since my son's pictures got moved up a day to do. It's gonna be a boring stream, guys. Hopefully the updates come fast so we stay busy. I hate when, I mean we all could go and sit in, but I hate when it's like this and they don't have a camera in the court, because then we gotta like find where the we gotta find like where the updates are gonna be at, and it makes it for a boring stream. I was gonna go over the 16 kids in that house in Ohio. I might do that later. I don't know. It depends on how much this like exhausts me. I never realized from when I would sit here and watch other creators of how much energy this takes, because you've got to pay attention to this over here and you got to pay attention to that and this and this, and it's crazy. And then you've got to continuously talk. It's exhausting. Nope, nothing new. Am I even following the AP News? I'm not. I'll subscribe now. Let's see what people are talking about in the chat. Oh my god. I am so glad I'm not in this chat because that is gonna be vile. I don't even know if you guys can see that. You know what? I'll just take it off. Let's see if Inner City Press. I would assume he would be there. He is at all this stuff. Press. He has not posted anything. He might not even be at it. Yeah, that sucks. He's really good about getting his updates out there. Actually, let me see something. He hasn't even updated his page either, or his website. It still says yesterday was the last time it was updated. So I don't think he's gonna be there. And that sucks. I'm getting here today. Let's get this show on the road. It's gonna be a long freaking 5 days. No, not new. Let's see what JLR is doing. Pugsley. Hey, no, quit. Dude, get out from under my desk with all the wires. Come on. Come on, back. No. He's just sitting there talking about people sending pictures and how he would like to see them. What are you doing? No, you can't have that either. Hey, Papa. What are you doing? No, you're not. You can't sit on my lap. This chair is not big enough for the both of us, dude. Sorry. No update. I just want to see what this is. Oh. Same thing we're watching. You can't pause it. There's no pause button. I'm just clicking on things. I mean, granted, it'd be easier to watch it on here, but then I'd have to refresh it. He's throwing a puggle fit. He's on my bed throwing a puggle fit. Oh, let's see what is on X. I'm just looking at News Nation stuff. What's going on here? News Nation. We may switch over to News Nation if they're gonna talk. I'm gonna keep this pulled up. What time are they supposed to start? 11? Is that the trash company? Are they here? Yay! They are! My husband forgot to put the trash out last week. Oh my god. They're gonna go around the corner, go right to my next door neighbors, which my bedroom window, like I live on a corner. The bedroom that I'm in right now, the window, or I'm literally like maybe 10 feet from my neighbor's house. Like, we don't have to, my backyard. I have no backyard. I'm all front yard, let me tell you. But he's gonna hear it. And he might bark, just so you know. No update. Oh. With me. They told you. I was like, trash guy. Told you he was gonna hear it. They're banging the can on the trash truck. Pugsley, you're gonna wake up your brother. He's out in the living room. Be mute. Oh, he stopped barking, ran in here, and then started barking again. I'm sorry. Now he ran out. Oh my god. He can hear him at the lady next to my neighbor's house, and he's still barking. Oh my god, I got him chewies, and then he started jumping. Oh, he got my toes. You can see where his nails went into my skin. Ooh, state of, are they actually gonna show it? There is an update. Let me refresh. Oh, my toes. Okay, they're not bleeding. All right. Erica Kirk has arrived at the Utah courthouse for the preliminary hearing of the man accused of killing her husband, Charlie Kirk. 3 men escorted her into the building several minutes before the hearing was expected to begin. Charlie Kirk's parents, Robert and Catherine Kirk, arrived separately. I wonder if they're gonna... Oh, my toes! And he got it all on one toe. This is gonna drive me nuts. It would be nice if they streamed it live. Ugh. There we go. I got it. Yep, no update.
Huxley!
Shh. Shh. Oh my god, don't ever get a puggle. Oh my god. Wait a minute, I thought I heard. Hold on.
Please be
Oh.
seated.
If this is live, I'm gonna take my thing down, the updates over here down, so we can watch it full screen. I'm gonna put things on the screen so it looks like it's been modified a little bit.
Good morning. Court is now in session.
We are gonna get to watch
Calling
it. Yes.
case 251-403-576, State of Utah versus Tyler James Robinson. Counsel, can you enter your appearances, please?
Chad Rumander, Ryan McBride, David Sturgeon, State, Mr. Jeff Gray, the County Attorney, and Chris Ballard are also present.
It's so hard to hear.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Kathy Nestor, Michael Burt, Richard Novak, and Stacy Visser here on behalf of Mr. Robinson, who's seated to my right.
Good morning. Mr. Robinson, good morning. For the record, the court also recognizes the presence of Ms. Erica Kirk. Ms. Kirk, good morning. First, with respect to courtroom protocol, to maintain security and decorum, any individual who exits the courtroom during proceedings will not be permitted to re-enter until the recess. All counsel are expected to take reasonable measures to safeguard confidence.
Oh no. And what? Come on. What are you doing? I may. Let's refresh it. That's probably gonna be loud on my end. Hold on. It's gotta be there. It's gotta be YouTube or something. I've got full internet over here. Or everybody's just freaking trying to get in and watch it. It's still there we go. Okay.
My microphone, there we go. Now it's back on. Could you state your name for the record?
John Wilson, KSL News.
Mr. Wilson, what duties will you perform today?
Shooting the proceeding according to the decorum order.
All right.
Okay, hold on. I think everybody's trying to get in to watch it.
All right. And have you had a chance to fully review the court's standing decorum order?
I have, sir.
All right. And you understand all the requirements set forth in that order as it applies to your activities today?
Yes, sir.
Do you require additional time to review the order or to adjust the equipment to ensure compliance?
No, sir.
Do you anticipate any difficulty complying with today's with the order or with any of the court's instructions?
No, sir.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Wilson. I appreciate you being here.
Oh my God. I might have to turn on closed caption.
Next, turning to the amended motion to allow the use of portable electronic devices filed by the news media and their counsel. The court appreciates the arguments presented in the motion and recognizes the importance of the press.
Jesus!
The system. Having considered the motions before the court, the request to permit representatives of the news media to use portable electronic devices during the preliminary hearing is respectfully denied. The request to permit counsel for the news media to use portable electronic devices during the preliminary hearing is granted.
Oh my God.
As officers of the court, counsel shall be held to the same standards applicable to the counsel
bad.
of the parties and comply with the court.
Hold on. I'm trying to change the setting. Maybe it'll work better.
Parties and comply with the court's standing decorum order.
Oh, hold on. Let me see if anybody else is having issues.
I wish to turn to the matter before us today, the upcoming preliminary hearing, and the court is mindful of the safety and well-being of all parties, counsel, witnesses, court staff, and members of the public who are present. The court is also...
Oh my, this is horrible.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app
Hold
without
on.
knowing how to code.
There we go.
and Ms. Kirk. To some interests, the court reminds all persons who will be in attendance.
Okay, I think it's me now. Hold on. We're gonna redo this. Hold on. Let's see here. Okay, this one's better. Let's do this one.
Photographs expressing support for or against any person related to this case.
Here we go.
The status of this case as a capital offense. Turning to counsel. Before we begin, I want to acknowledge that over these past 10 months, I've had a chance to observe each of you, and I find that you are all competent, prepared, and that you care deeply about this case. I ask you to continue to conduct yourselves in accordance with the rules governing professional conduct, civility, and ethics. I also ask that you remain mindful of the constitutional rights of all parties, and in every engagement that you treat each person you engage with the dignity and respect that you treat each person you engage with the dignity and respect they are inherently due, as they are human beings. I want to turn also to objections, the format that
there's going to be a
is
lot
to follow if objections are made. When an objection is made, all parties shall pause so that the objection may be heard. Speaking objections are not permitted. If any party believes that an extended argument is necessary, particularly on sensitive matters, that party may request to approach the bench, and all parties will approach the bench. Both sides will be afforded an opportunity to be heard for or against the objection, after which I will issue a ruling either sustaining or overruling the objection. Once the ruling has been made, direct or cross-examination may resume. I anticipate that we will begin each morning at 9 a.m. with the exception of Wednesday, and we will begin at 1 p.m. We will take a 15-minute morning break and a 15-minute afternoon break. If there is a situation that necessitates a break, please approach the bench and we can address that. We will recess for lunch at noon for 1 hour each day, with the exception of Wednesday, and court will resume at 1 p.m. and continue until 5 p.m. each day. Does either party need the benefit of the record?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor.
I thought the guy was shaking his head no.
Mr. Grunander. Do either party wish to invoke the exclusionary rule?
Defense invokes, Your Honor.
All right. The defense has invoked the exclusionary rule. I ask that all witnesses, if present, be excused from the courtroom, and ask that each party monitor the courtroom to ensure your witnesses aren't present, as I'm not familiar with who they are. Of course, victim representative is excluded from that rule, as is the case manager pursuant to the rules.
This guy kind of seems like he's fair,
Okay,
or he's gonna be
and I
fair.
anticipate that from here on out, that they're just going to come to the lectrum. So, okay. So, just for the benefit of the record, to the questions, the yes or no questions. Well, the parties have entered their appearances, and they're all present, and neither party wanted the benefit of the record. Ms. Nestor invoked the exclusionary rule, and Mr. Grunander, if you'd like to approach the lectrum as the microphones at the tables are not activated.
Thank you, Judge. We anticipated that the defense would invoke the exclusionary rule. We consulted with defense for just a couple of minutes prior to the start of this hearing. We essentially have two case agents, Your Honor, David Hull and Brian Davis, both from the state of Utah. The defense has consented that both of them can be present.
Everybody's pulling.
So
from
one is seated at my table, the front table. This
Seeing
is
if there
Brian
was a
Davis,
better one that like.
Agent Davis, and Agent Hull is seated on the bench just on the other side of the bar. He will be present for this hearing as well. Both of these agents will be testifying as part of the hearing.
Thank you.
If Associated
Ms.
Press has gotten
Nestor,
any further.
and your microphone's dead. If you want to come forward, and it sounds like you've stipulated, but just for the benefit of the record.
We have stipulated, Your Honor, for purposes of this hearing only.
Thank you. All right, so Agents Davis and Hull are permitted to remain in the courtroom during the duration. Mr. Novak.
Thank you, Your Honor. Richard Novak for Ms. Robinson. Your Honor, the court had issued an order.
Oh, I'm hearing double.
Maybe it was early last week.
There we go.
Asking the parties to meet and confer about the question of whether exhibits will be published. And we did, and we can either deal with this as a
I will be right
general
back.
matter, or we can deal with it on an exhibit by exhibit basis. But I just wanted to make sure that we didn't lose track of that issue. The court had earlier entered an order granting in part the defense motion to exclude I'm just going to say technology in the courtroom because it's a shorthand for video cameras and photography and microphones, because the parties had earlier stipulated that none of the exhibits would be available from the preliminary hearing, would be available for inspection or copying. I understand that publishing the exhibits in the courtroom may technically be different than that, but whenever the court is ready to deal with that issue, we just want to make sure that we do so
Thank you, Mr.
before it's too late.
That's always the right time to do it.
Okay, thank you.
Turning to the state in defense, do we anticipate this being a long argument, or is it something that we can handle? There are some stipulations that we can address right now, and then the remainder we can address on an exhibit by exhibit basis. Mr. Grunander.
Judge, I don't know that we have any stipulations, but with that said, it is correct, Mr. Novak's correct, we did meet and consult on this issue. I wanted to give the court just a brief roadmap, but part of that was exhibits 7, 8, and 9 that we propose introducing will be graphic in nature. And those were the exhibits I was referring to at the last hearing, where we would like to take a short break before they were published, if they are published, whether it be by way of video and or audio. Judge, I don't see any TVs or monitors here in the courtroom today with respect to publishing something that would go beyond counsel table and your Honor's bench. So I don't know how much this is of an issue this is going to be anyway, at least with respect to pictures or video.
Thank you. That's a great point. And the court's thought about this issue in regards to publication of exhibits. Obviously, the court will entertain.
Hungry Root is the easiest way to eat healthy. Hungry Root is kind of like having your own personal shop.
Considering it, here's the 2 points that I wish to address. In regards to the exhibits, there is benefit to publication of certain exhibits, but I also do not, and this is going to the camera operator, do not want them to be displayed on TV. I believe it is important that the parties know that the exhibits are being viewed by the judge in real time and in open court.
And as they should, depending on what the
I will
picture
do
is
have
of.
the monitor placed against that wall to reduce the possibility of it being broadcast. And so on the exhibits that the court grants to be published in court, and not going to Mr. Novak's point, not to be given copies to, and the court is trying to be mindful that if it's shown on TV, that's essentially giving a copy to. And so the court is taking Mr. Novak's point in consideration. And so the anticipation is, and I know I'm catching staff a little bit off guard, is placing that television right behind Jeff, our bailiff, to minimize the accidental capture by the camera and in allowing it to be displayed. I recognize that that is not the ideal spot for viewing, but I'm also trying to balance the rights and
This judge, I think he's honestly going to be fair.
And again, this will be on an exhibit by exhibit basis on
He's
what
doing
is
what he
published,
can
what
to
is not,
keep
but
the public from seeing any of
for
the
exhibits
evidence.
that the court rules,
But that's also
can
considered
be
jury tampering
published in open
because they
court,
already know.
That is going to be
So
the location of the monitor.
I think so far I'm liking the judge.
Again, the court spent a bit of time weighing what should be done, where the monitor should be placed to accomplish the purposes of publication, at the same time protecting, especially as it may relate to sensitive material if the court deems that to be publishable in the courtroom. Any questions that I can address from either side or clarification needed or thoughts that you wish to share?
No, I think I understand completely.
All right. Thank you. All right. And Mr. Grunander, as it relates to that, are we anticipating the possibility of that coming up very soon in regards to publishing potentially exhibits?
Not real soon, but today certainly I would anticipate, Judge. For the course information, we anticipate presenting 4 witnesses. They're all law enforcement witnesses. Officer Chris Bagley, he's now with Spanish Fork Police Department. He was with Utah Valley University Police Department. He'll be the first witness. The second witness will be Agent David Hull, and those exhibits 7, 8, 9, we anticipate coming in through him. The third witness will be Agent Brian Davis, again with the state of Utah, a case agent who's here presently. And lastly, Sergeant Jennifer Faumuina, also of the Utah Department of Public Safety. And we do anticipate admitting between 40 and 50 exhibits.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Grunander, I apologize. You walked away before I got my question out. If we anticipate taking a break around 10:30, do you anticipate any potential exhibits for publication being requested prior to 10:30?
I do, Judge. Okay. I do. I think the first several exhibits should be published. So.
All right. Well, let's do this. I want our preliminary hearing to move smoothly and with the least amount of delays as possible. So let's take a brief break to allow the placement of that monitor, a brief test to make sure it's working, and then we can be seamless in moving forward.
One quick question, Judge, for counsel's benefit. Are the monitors at the tables going to be turned on?
The monitors are, and that's why I wanted to give that instruction early on for each party to monitor their monitor, because if the camera is doing a wide sweep picture of the courtroom, I can't prevent the accidental capture. Obviously, the decorum order anticipates not focusing in to the point that is focused on your monitors, but I ask all the parties to be mindful, especially as it relates to the sensitive material that may be published or may not. But please just take a look at that and be mindful of that. But I will leave it to you. So I believe it's important that all parties see what is before the court. So if you have objections, it's right there. You can say, okay, I see what the court's seeing. I have objection or not, or just to confer with your client. I just want to make sure that there is no misunderstanding of what's being presented, to allow all parties the benefit of the record, and it is clear what is being presented to the court for consideration as evidence.
Pugsley.
Thank you.
And we do have one exhibit that will be in physical form, and so we will be using the easel, I think, that's just over by the jury box.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Grunander. Before we break, I do wish to remind the parties that this is a preliminary hearing. It is a probable cause standard, and if you could keep that in mind as you're presenting your evidence, this is not intended to chill what you present, but keep in mind that the standard is probable cause, and that is what the court as a magistrate will be looking to. All right, with that, let's, how much time do we need for the placement of the monitor? All right, well, let's break for 6 minutes. Well, let's make it easy on ourselves. Let's just come back at 9:35, and we'll resume court at that time.
9:35? Oh, well, this is in Utah. Okay. So 9, 10, 11. So a couple minutes. I can sit here and chit chat. I'm folding laundry is what I'm doing. That's fine. I've got to keep the socks up because Pugsley will try to take off with them. He's our sock thief. He has my son's socks all over through the house right now. Let me see here. What is there an update? There's 2 updates. Okay. Okay, preliminary hearing begins for man accused of killing Charlie Kirk. State District Judge Tony Croft is going over his rules for the hearing, including some limitations on the use of technology such as cell phones and laptops, which duh. Graff says the court has the duty to protect and uphold the rights of Tyler Robinson, which they do. I know we all are like, no, they don't. They do. The man accused of killing the Turning Point USA founder and those of Charlie Kirk's widows, Erica Kirk. Okay, the second one, just 37 seconds ago. Courtroom spectators told to treat the hearing with respect. The judge says people in the courtroom need to show proper decorum during the preliminary hearing. Spectators aren't allowed to display pins, clothing, photos, or other visible demonstrations of support for anyone involved in this hearing. That includes things like shaking heads. Wow, they can't even shake their head? Dude, I would get thrown out within the first 5 minutes because my face just says everything. Decorum rules like these are common during court proceedings. Most witnesses will also be kept out of the hearing until it's time for them to testify, Graff said. The hearing will run from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. MT time each day, with 2 15-minute breaks and 1 hour lunch break at noon. That is expected to last a week. Okay, so if he's saying they're going to come back at like 9:30 something, I'm on Eastern time, so it's 11:28 here. So they're gonna, yeah. So we'll wait 9. So about 11 o'clock every day, I will be going live about this, I guess. These shorts look really short. Whose are these? I guess these are my husband's shorts. I'm like, these look really short. Oh. Let me see if I can find something. Let's go. Something we can watch while we wait. Coma? There's an ad. Oh my god, there's another ad.
Andy Mack, all eyes on Utah starting tomorrow, as for the first time, members of Charlie Kirk's family will be in that courtroom with the defendant Tyler Robinson as the 5-day preliminary hearing set to begin, as prosecutors seeking the death penalty will argue that the man charged in the killing of the conservative activist should stand trial for murder. This coming in from the New York Post, as Erica Kirk set to face her husband's killer, accused killer, Tyler Robinson, in court for the first major test of evidence. Let's be joined right now here on Live Now from Fox by criminal defense attorney Dwayne Cates. Dwayne, thank you so much for joining us. This is going to be a 5-day preliminary hearing. What could we expect? Evidence will be included. What should we be keeping our eyes out for this week?
Well, you know, they're going to put on almost all the evidence they have, but it's going to be truncated. They get to hearsay things in. So instead of Tyler Robinson's, roommate coming in and testifying, an officer is going to testify about what Tyler Robinson's roommate stated. Okay, so there's going to be a lot of that. That shortens the proceeding. And it's a shortened proceeding because all they really have to do is show probable cause, which is a really low bar. It's that he should be held to account for this, that there's some evidence that he did it. And there's enough evidence to go forward. It's not a conviction. It's not a trial. They're not going to do everything. They're going to put on the forensics. They're going to put on, their expert witnesses. They're going to show video clips. A 5-day preliminary hearing is a long preliminary hearing.
Yeah. And this is not the trial yet, but it feels somewhat similar. How much could this be a benefit for the defense to see what the prosecution will lay out?
Well, it's always a benefit to the defense, because they get a preview of what the state's case is going to be and how they're going to present it and how the witnesses present and whether they're good witnesses or bad witnesses. Now, a lot of times, especially in my jurisdiction, these things go to grand juries, which are done in secret with a prosecutor and a cop. Okay. And they don't get to put public evidence on publicly. I think it's a good thing that this evidence is going to come in publicly. I think it will it may quell some of the conspiracy theorist rumors that are going around. But we'll see. Let's see what the evidence is.
Yeah, that is so very true. And they do know that this will be live streamed, so it will be all out there in the public. I also want to ask you about some of the key pieces of evidence that we might see, as authorities have said DNA consistent with Robinson was found on the trigger of the rifle used to kill Kirk, the fired cartridge casing, and 2 unfired cartridges, and a towel used to wrap the rifle. How key might be DNA, especially in this pretrial motion?
DNA is going to be really important. I mean, you know, if Tyler Robinson's DNA is on the trigger, now they always say consistent with, because it comes out in statistics. They will never say it is absolutely on there. They'll say there's 1 in 4 billion chance that it's somebody other than, you know, other than Tyler Robinson is how they'll express it. But the DNA evidence will be powerful, and if the ballistics match the bullet and everything that happened, and then his DNA is on the trigger, that's clearly enough for probable cause. You know, again, there's always ways to challenge it. There's always stuff you can do, but you know, that's pretty damning.
And we also know that there'll be conversations around the death penalty. And in Utah, it's only when a crime has aggravating circumstances, as prosecutors will argue, Robinson case, that Kirk shooting endangered others in attendance. We do know that this was very well attended. There were plenty of people there. How do they prove that? How much weight does the prosecution try to move with putting the death penalty on the line?
Well, I mean, their proof is the video of the assassination. I mean, there are people all over. There's people in front of him. There's people behind him. There's people on each side of him. So it is a possibility that somebody else, other than the intended target, could have gotten hit. So I don't know if that's enough for the death penalty in Utah or not. But just the fact that it was a pre-planned, aggravated murder of somebody that was a high-profile person in public, I think, they may get the death penalty.
What is the defense's role in this place, in this preliminary hearing? Will they have an opportunity to cross-examine some of the witnesses? Do they want to keep things close to the vest so they don't show their kind of game plan, their strategy too much too?
They've got to present pretty much everything that they can. I mean, if this is a death penalty case, it's going to be scrutinized for years and years and years to come. And so they need to do absolutely everything that they can at every single stage. Okay, so there's no sandbagging in death penalty cases. You got to come out with what you have going on at every stage. Otherwise, if he's convicted, then he can say, well, geez, my attorneys, were defective. They didn't do this at the preliminary hearing, and they should have.
That is a very good point. And this is a very high-profile case. Even though this isn't the actual trial, it may feel like this. And we do know the widow of Charlie Kirk, Erica Kirk, will be in attendance, as well as potentially Charlie Kirk's family. And we also know recently that they were held in contempt, the prosecutor, for publicly stating some of what's going on in this case. How much is the judge walking a fine line with all the eyeballs on it, with all the potentially security around this case?
No.
Oh, it's going to be it's a big deal. I mean, the judge has got to be really careful to make sure there's not even the hint of impropriety on his part, whether or not it's admonishing witnesses or victims or anybody in the courtroom. Got to establish control of the courtroom, okay, and you have to go from there.
And I want to ask, because we do know that this is all publicly out there, this will be live streamed, we will have to go eventually and pick a jury for this case. Do you think there's any concern in their eyes that someone that potentially be above the jury pool will be watching this as well?
Absolutely, and that's always a problem. It's a problem in every high-profile case. It was a problem in the O.J. Simpson case, in the Jodi Arias case. Every case, there's problems with poisoning the jury pool, or getting the jury pool on your side, and lawyers try to affect it to their benefit. The bottom line is, when you're picking juries, even if it's a high profile case, you're going to find people who say, "I've never even really heard of this case." Now, hard to believe, but and then you got to watch out for jurors that lie to you to get on the jury because they want to vote one way or another. And believe it or not, that happens a lot.
Does that happen more when it's such a high profile case, when it's so
yeah.
public?
They want to be famous. They want, they want to write a book. They want the interviews afterwards. And, if they're the deciding vote or the vote that turned it into a hung jury or whatever it is their agenda is, that they relish in the moment. And you got to really work to try to weed those people out.
That's a very good point, but obviously also very unfortunate. The jury, the prosecution, the defense also trying to make sure that does not happen. I do want to ask you, because we know, and you mentioned hearsay will be allowed in this preliminary hearing, evidence will be presented. Between now and the actual trial, will there be any other evidence? Can that still come about? Any other witnesses or evidence? Can there be changes between now and then?
Oh, absolutely. That happens all the time because you don't know what you don't know. So if a witness pops up somewhere for the defense or the prosecution, I mean, there are deadlines for disclosing witnesses and disclosing evidence. And it's not all before the preliminary hearing. There's plenty of time to flesh this case out.
Plenty of time. All right, Dwayne, anything else we're missing? Because 5 days is long, somewhat unusual. What else will you have for us?
I'd be surprised if it goes the full 5 days. I mean, attorneys make estimates, and we generally estimate longer than we think it's going to take, because last thing we want to do is be out of time. So, but it's going to be a barn burner, and it's good that the public gets to see what happens.
Yeah, it's so very true. Live streamed, and we'll have it full coverage here on Live Now from Fox as well over the next 5 days, and then whenever the trial commences. Dwayne, thank you again. Appreciate your time here on Live Now.
Thanks for having me on.
Oh, sorry. Had to go put something back.
Accommodate her and be, somewhat sympathetic.
Sure, this should be coming back here any minute now. Oh. Let's see, they have an update. Let's see what the update is. As many as 50 exhibits are expected during the hearing. Chief Deputy Utah County Attorney Chad Grundender told State District Judge Tony that the exhibits will include several videos of that September 10, 2025 shooting, which occurred as Kirk was addressing a crowd of thousands at the university. And you see the videos will be shown in a courtroom monitor that is being set up, so it won't be captured by the press videographer in the courtroom. We've already seen it. We've already seen the bullet going into him. I mean, it was all over X.
Please be seated.
Oh, it's starting.
Court is back in session. Noting the presence of counsel and the parties to the state, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, we are, Judge, but prior to calling our first witness, I would like Mr. McBride to make a brief report on discovery updates, and then just inform the court that the state has provided copies of all exhibits for today's proceedings to the defense in advance of this hearing.
So, all right. Mr. McBride.
Yes, Your Honor. My report at the last hearing is the latest report. As of June 18th, we had provided approximately 100% of the material in our possession. Over the last week, we have received additional materials from SBI due to preparation for this hearing. Those materials have not yet been provided, but they will be as soon as this hearing is complete.
Thank you. Defense require the benefit of the record?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor. And in case the mic didn't pick that up, she declined.
Yeah,
All right, turning to the state, you may call your first witness.
Hey,
Your Honor,
here
the
we
state
go.
calls Officer Chris Bagley.
Officer Bagley, if you'd like to come forward. Looks like he's being brought into the courtroom. All right, Officer Begley, if you wouldn't mind coming forward past the lectrum and being sworn in.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give in the case now pending before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, Officer Begley, if you wouldn't mind having a seat at the witness table. And after you're situated, to your left is a bottle of water. And if you wouldn't mind bringing the microphone toward you to ensure that it picks up your voice.
Can you hear that?
I can, thank you. Mr. Grunander, your witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Will you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Christopher Bagley, last name spelling B-A-G-L-E-Y.
And how are you employed?
I'm employed with the Spanish Fork Police Department as a police officer.
As a police officer. What is your position or your rank there?
Just a senior officer.
Senior officer.
I'm going to take the closed caption.
How long have you been with the Spanish Fork Police Department?
About 5 months.
5 months. How long have you been a police officer?
26 years.
Okay.
You.
Sorry.
Just you.
Sorry.
Building your app.
That's why I'm staying here. There we go. Okay.
About 600 hours of training for basic things to become a police officer, report writing, arrest control, stuff to that effect.
When you say Post Academy, is Post an acronym?
It is.
What does that stand for?
Police Officer Standard Training.
Okay. Were you certified through Post?
I was.
Okay. And what did that certification require?
Going through that post and graduating, all the academy, all the credits that you could get with hours, and then physical fitness, stuff to that effect, and then graduating from that to earn the certificate.
Was there also testing involved?
There was.
At the academy?
Yes.
Okay. Were you employed in September of 2025?
I was.
And where were you employed then?
Utah Valley Police Department.
And how long did you work for the Utah Valley University Police Department?
5 years.
5 years, okay. And do you recall what your position or your rank was there?
A senior officer there.
Senior officer, okay. Describe, if you would, just your general duties as a police officer at Utah Valley University.
This stuff is so boring.
There at Utah Valley University, we'd patrol the campus, we'd walk around, we'd patrol, we would do investigations if there was crimes to that effect. We'd make sure that students or staff, if they needed something, we'd be there for them. So basic police, kind of like a school resource officer, community-oriented policing.
Okay. Was this a full-time position?
It was.
Okay. Did you work in law enforcement prior to UVU?
I did.
And where did you work?
I worked at Utah County Sheriff's Office for 13 years. Before that, I worked with Springville City Police Department for 6 years, and also with the Salt Lake County Sheriff's Office for a year.
What were your positions with those departments?
Varies. I did K-9, I did SWAT, I did motors, senior officer, FTO officer, detectives.
Okay. While you were at Utah Valley University, did you have access to the video surveillance system on campus?
Yes, I did.
And how so?
It was at our desktop where our police station is. We have desks, and on our desktops we'd have access to it there. Or we'd go into dispatch and they'd have a wall full of camera systems that we could look at.
How familiar did you become with that system?
Very familiar.
Can you describe how you became very familiar?
Like I said, it was one of our daily routines that we'd go in there. If we were looking for somebody or tracking something back, we'd go in, we'd go back to that time frame. We could trace somebody, to track somebody through campus. I'd also turn around and make some maps, so it was easier for dispatch or somebody to click on an area in this campuses where the buildings were, and be able to click a little bit easier and get a faster response. So made some maps and stuff like that.
And how often did you use this system?
Every day.
Okay. Did you become familiar with the campus at Utah Valley University when you were working there?
Yes.
And explain how you became familiar with it.
Like I said, we'd walk around. I would train other officers. We'd make sure that we knew all the ins and outs, the back doors. We'd make sure we knew where every classroom was, where every entrance and exit was. We'd secure the building. We patrol the neighborhoods. We patrol around campus, and then we also have off-site campuses that we drive to and make sure that they're secure also.
Okay, you mentioned that you patrol the neighborhoods
Yes,
surrounding campus.
yes,
What about the neighborhood to the north and east of campus?
yes.
Okay. What was your purpose for patrolling those neighborhoods as an officer for UVU?
One, it was right next to UVU, so we patrolled it. Sometimes people would run up in that area or be walking up that way. We'd have stolen bikes, stuff like that. So we'd go into the areas, look for stuff. Also with Orem Police Department, we'd go back up them quite a bit for other calls, and a lot of it would be in the area.
Okay, so back up just a little bit. So Utah Valley University is located in what city?
Orem, Utah.
Orem, Utah. Okay. How familiar did you become with the buildings on campus
Very familiar.
and the walkways?
Very familiar.
You mentioned the entrances and exits to the buildings.
Yes.
What about parking structures?
Yes.
Same answer for that?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with the courtyard or the outdoor amphitheater on campus?
I am.
And generally speaking, where is that located on campus?
It's more of the central, it's an outdoor area centered by a bunch of buildings on around it. So it's in the center of the campus pretty much.
Okay, can you describe what it looks like, this courtyard, this amphitheater?
It's kind of like an amphitheater look.
We already know what it
Some
looks like.
grass and a couple steps.
Get to the meat
up.
and potatoes.
You've got some cement on top with some bushes and flowers. You've got places where people can sit and eat. They come out and study and relax on the grass. And there's a waterfall.
Oh, community common area.
With a little pond that comes down into a stream. So.
Okay. Are you familiar with the surroundings, the buildings around the amphitheater?
Yes, I am.
Okay. In relationship to this amphitheater, this courtyard, where is the Hall of Flags located?
It would be directly west of the courtyard.
Okay. Is it part of the courtyard or is it just off of the courtyard?
It's kind of the courtyard. It like butts up right against the courtyard, so it would be the west side of the courtyard.
Okay, so to the west of the courtyard. Is there a walkway across the Hall of Flags?
There is.
Okay,
There's an
and
inside one and an outside one.
Okay, so what is the Hall of Flags then?
The Hall of Flags is a kind of like a bridge between two buildings that all the flags throughout the world are represented in there, with some chairs where people sit down and relax, with windows so you can see through all the way to the Utah Lake.
Okay. What are those two buildings that are connected by this Hall of Flags?
The Fugal building over to like the science building area.
Okay, so you mentioned the Fugal building.
Yes.
Where is the Fugal building located in relationship to this courtyard?
It's to the south of the courtyard.
Okay. Does it run up against the courtyard?
It does.
The building, okay. What about the Woodbury Business Building? Where is that in relationship to the courtyard?
That's kind of southeast, and it runs up right against the courtyard also.
Okay, and in relationship to the Fugal building, where's that Sorensen? Or excuse me, that business building, the Woodbury Business Building?
Woodbury Business is right directly east of the Fugal.
Okay. What about the Sorensen Center? Where is that located with respect to this courtyard?
The Sorensen Center is going to be kind of like a northeast of the courtyard.
Okay. Does it, again, run up against this courtyard?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And where is it in relationship to the business building?
The Woodbury Business Building is just directly south of the Sorensen.
Directly south. Okay. The Losi Center, are you familiar with that building?
I am.
And where is it located on campus?
Directly east of the courtyard amphitheater area.
Okay. Does it run up to the courtyard, the Losi Center?
No, not really.
Okay,
It doesn't
so-
run right up against it. So the Sorensen building is kind of like right between those two.
Okay. In relationship to the Sorensen building, what direction is the Losi building?
East.
East, okay. Are you familiar with the LDS Institute building on campus?
Yes, I am.
And where is that located?
That is going to be located north of the Losi building.
Oh, my son came in.
and
Was
just
talking to me.
kinda like
Sorry, guys.
East of the courtyard.
Okay. And is there a parking structure next
What's the matter
to
with
this Institute building?
Yeah, there's
Oh,
there
well
is.
then bring him.
Where is
Try to get
that?
him over here by me.
Is going to be, so you mentioned the Institute building is going to be north of the Losi Center. There is a parking structure that has several levels of parking. It's going to be directly west of the Institute building. And then they also have a parking structure, not parking structure, parking lot to the north of that across the road.
Okay. With respect to the parking structure, can you describe for the court how one would enter this parking structure, driving and even walking? How do you enter and exit that structure?
So on the north end of the parking structure is Campus Drive. You can drive in and exit on the level 1, so that's the ground level. That's where you'd enter if you're driving in or exiting back out on campus. Then it goes up to level 2, and on level 2, exit is what's called Heat Plant Road. In between the Institute building and the garage is a little road, and there's an exit right there that you can drive out. You can also, if you were to park in there, you could walk out right there at that exit only where I was talking about on that southeast side. You can walk out there, or on the north end of that garage, there are some stairs that go up all the levels, and it goes down to the bottom level and across the street through a tunnel to the LDS Institute building. And then when you pop up on level 2, you can walk over to the Institute building.
Okay. Can you describe how long of a walk it would take from that parking structure to get to the courtyard on campus, approximately?
A couple of minutes, because when you go to that far southeast exit, you can walk directly almost to the courtyard. You can also walk along the south end of the LDS Institute building up towards the LOC building.
Okay. Officer, I'm going to turn your attention to State's Exhibit number 1. It should come up on your monitor there.
Hopefully we're finally getting into this stuff. Oh.
Let me know when you can see that.
I can see it.
Just for staff, let's go ahead and not publish it until it's admitted into evidence, so we're going to take it off the monitors.
I already seen what it was. Just a map of the area.
Exhibit.
Oh.
That's fine. So table monitors, witness, but not the main monitor. Thank you. All right, Mr. Grunander, thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Do you see that's Plaintiff's Exhibit number 1, Officer?
I do.
And do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is an area of the buildings plus the courtyard in the middle, is all the grassy area. So this is an area of the campus at Utah Valley University.
Is it a photograph?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you familiar then with what's depicted
Told you
in
guys.
this photograph?
Yes, I am.
Does it fairly and accurately portray this area of campus?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Can you tell the court what direction the camera is facing when this photograph was taken?
It's kind of facing north and a little to the east.
Okay. Does it depict a number of the buildings that we've talked about today?
Yes, it does.
For example, the Hall of Flags, does it show the Hall of Flags?
Yes, it does.
The walkway of the Hall of Flags? What about the Sorensen Center? Does it show that?
Yes, it does.
The Woodbury Business Building?
Yes, it does.
The Fugel Building?
Yes.
What about the LOC Center? Can you see that from this photograph?
Yes.
Is this photograph a fair and accurate depiction of this area of UVU campus on September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state offers State's Exhibit 1.
Your Honor, we would object to failure to lay a foundation for, oh, I'm sorry.
It is a little bit tricky because that microphone.
Sorry about
Ms.
that.
Nestor.
Your Honor, we would object to inability to authenticate. There's not been a foundation laid that this officer took this photo, can verify when it was taken, or by whom it was taken. So we
Oh
would
my
object.
God.
Mr. Grunander.
Would you like us to argue now or approach the bench?
Well, as it relates to this, I'll hear argument.
Okay. Judge, first of all, it's very clear, well-established law that the person who took the photograph is not required to be present to lay the foundation for it. What's required for foundation is that the witness has knowledge of what's depicted in the photograph and can testify to its accuracy. And that's exactly what this officer has done. We laid an ample amount of foundation about this area of campus. He's confirmed that it depicts this area of campus.
Is that Tyler?
Previously described. He confirmed the buildings that he can see there. He also confirmed that it was an accurate depiction of this on September 10th, 2025.
Thank you. Any further argument, Ms. Nestor? And Mr. Grunander,
We did file a standing objection at the very beginning of the hearing. I would just refer to our standing objection as well. I know this is not there's no written testimony in this, but just out of an abundance of caution, I want to also refer to our standing objection.
thank you, Ms. Nestor. All right, having considered the arguments, I find I'm going to overrule the objection and admit Exhibit 1. This witness has firsthand knowledge of the location as well as the building locations. That foundation has been laid. He also stated it was a fair and accurate representation of what's being depicted here, and for those reasons, the defense objection is overruled. States Exhibit 1 is admitted into evidence and may be published to the courtroom.
Okay.
They're going to object over the stupidest things. I already know
Would
it.
move to publish that to the courtroom.
It is so granted.
Officer Bagley, are you able to see the monitor that's here in the court that's pointed towards the gallery?
Yes.
From where you're seated, are you comfortable in describing where the courtyard is on that photograph, on that exhibit?
Yes.
And for the record, where is that located?
So all the grass that looks like a triangle, the amphitheater look, that is going to be the courtyard amphitheater area. It's got
Hard
the
to
tent
see.
in it. The white tent that's at the bottom on the far left of the picture, that would be the courtyard area.
Oh, that is Tyler.
It's surrounded by buildings.
That is him.
More of the grass area.
What's wrong with his
I'm
shoulder?
going to approach the photo. Well, I'm just going to. When you look at this exhibit to the left of the photograph, there's a walkway there. What is that walkway?
So the red brick walkway that's going north to the top of the picture on the far left is going to be the Hall of Flags, the outside top of it.
Okay. On the bottom of this photograph, there's a white roofed building. It's the largest building, at least as far as what's depicted on this exhibit.
Yes.
What building is that?
That would be the Fugal building.
Okay, and just to the right of that, so that would be to the east of the Fugal building. What building is that?
The other red brick pathway area, that is the Woodbury business building.
Okay. And if I were to walk north, so left on this photograph with respect to that red brick walkway area, there's another building, sort of triangular in shape, the rooftop. What building is that?
With that white rooftop, that would be the Sorensen building.
That's the Sorensen building. And what about the Losi building? You've described that. Where's that located on this photograph?
If you go to that triangle white roof, if you go directly to the right, so the right side of the picture, that is going to be the Losi building. It's got several levels.
Is it to the right and up a little bit
Yes.
as well? Okay, and that would be east on this photograph, is that
And
correct?
it's got the gravel rooftop.
Gravel rooftop, okay. I referred you to the LDS Institute building. Are you able to see that in this photograph?
Yes, you are.
And where is that located?
That's going to just be directly north of the Losi building. It's going to be that other white roofed building on the far top of the picture.
Okay, thank you, officer. We can take that down, Your Honor, as far as the publication. Officer Bagley, I'm going to take you back to the date of September 10th, 2025. Do you recall that day generally?
I do.
Were you working that day
Yes, I was.
at UVU?
I was, yes.
Okay. Do you remember what time your shift started approximately?
Yes, it approximately started about 11 o'clock in the morning.
11 o'clock in the morning? Okay. Did you receive a specific assignment shortly after coming on to duty?
Yes, I did.
And what was that assignment?
It was to secure the top of the Hall of Flags on the south end. So we had people that were gathering on top of that were looking down on top of the tent. So we wanted to secure that area. So I was put up on top of the Hall of Flags on the south end.
Okay. My apologies, Your Honor. Could we have Exhibit 1 published again?
Go ahead and republish States Exhibit 1. Thank you.
You mentioned that you were securing the south end of the walkway on top of the Hall of Flags?
Yes.
And so where do we find that in this exhibit, officer?
So if you can see the tent, the white tent, there's that rooftop where the red brick is. I was on top of that.
The new way to own your brand with Wix Harmony. Create a site with your words. No, really. Let it out. And vibe code your idea. Into existence. Create the way you think. With
Okay, there we go. Sorry.
Yeah, that square white object with the tent.
Okay, thank you. So you were securing that area?
Yes.
Did you have the opportunity that morning, you mentioned you checked on about 11 o'clock, that morning and later to walk around campus that day?
Yes,
Did you walk along the Hall of Flags that day,
I did.
that walkway?
Yes.
Did you visit the courtyard that day as well?
Down below, yes, on the south end. I was down there.
Okay. Let's see. Officer, I'm going to turn your attention to State's Exhibit number 2. And that should come up on your monitor there. Let me know when you see that, if you would.
Your Honor, if we could maybe not have it on the lectern screen, we're getting reports that the documents shown on the lectern screen are being live streamed. So maybe if we could just not show that one until it's admitted.
Mr. Grunander?
I'll submit it to the court, Judge. I've got copies of these for myself.
Okay.
That I can refer to as I'm asking questions.
All right. Well, I'll go ahead and grant the request by Ms. Nestor. We'll go ahead and there should be a power button to turn it off.
I'm not sure where that's at.
Thank you, Jeff.
You're good.
And if at any point, Mr. Grunander, you
All right, I'm
need
back.
to use the monitor, let's revisit that. And obviously, Ms. Nestor, you can renew your objection if needs be. But for now, the monitor's turned off. Let's go ahead and proceed.
Thank you. Officer, do you see State's Exhibit number 2 on your monitor?
Yes, I do.
And do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
This is a picture of from the east side looking west of the campus.
Okay. Are you familiar with what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And does it show, for example, the Losi Center that we've talked about?
Yes, it does.
Does it depict the Woodbury Business Building that we've talked about?
Yes.
What about the Bugle Building?
Yes.
Does it show the Sorensen Center?
Okay, so while he's talking
And
about
also
this,
the Hall of Flags?
there's an update.
In this particular
Robinson's
exhibit,
parents
can
are
you
sitting in the
also see
courtroom gallery.
courtyard?
They are a few rows
partial
behind
of it.
Kirk's
Partial.
parents and his widow, Erica Kirk, who is watching the proceedings
Does it
with
fairly
a
and accurately
furrowed
depict this
brow.
area of
So she's like,
campus of
kind
UVU on September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
probably glaring
Your Honor, the state
at that
offers
other kid.
State's Exhibit number 2.
Your Honor, we renew our standing objection. We also argue that a foundation hasn't been laid in terms of the time this was taken or who took it.
Jesus
or
Christ.
the time this was created and how. So I don't think he has any personal knowledge of that, and we'd object.
Mr. Grunander?
Same arguments, Judge. He has testified that he's familiar with it. He has personal familiarity with it. He's testified that it's fair and accurate as of the day of September 10th, 2025. And that's what was asked of him.
All right. I will go
Those
ahead
are-
and
they're gonna
overrule
object
the
to
objection
the
by
stupidest-
defense, noting that the witness has laid, he has expressed that this is a fair and accurate representation of what it purports to be, and he's familiar with it. He was there on the day, on September 10th, and because that foundation has been laid, State's Exhibit 2 is admitted and may be published.
Thank you, Judge. State moves to publish Exhibit 2.
All right.
Officer, I'm going to direct your attention to this exhibit on the monitor facing the gallery of the court today. Can you describe, there's a large building in the middle of that photograph, slightly above the middle, but what building are we looking at there?
You're looking at the top of the rooftop of the Losi building. It's got two different grays, like a lighter gray and a darker gray, kind of.
Are you familiar with that rooftop then?
Yes, I am.
And what's it made of?
It's made of gravel.
Gravel, okay. You mentioned two different grades, or did you say
Grays.
grays? Grays, okay,
grays.
all right. Now you described that you could see the courtyard, but it wasn't easily visible in this photograph. Where is the courtyard located on the State's Exhibit number 2?
So you got the white roof that's going to be in the middle, just to the top of the building where the LOSI is that I described, there's a white roof there. That's the Sorensen building. And it's just below that, you can see some grass, and that's where the courtyard is. It's just to the left of that white roof.
I don't know why we're not allowed to
No, no,
see
I'm
these
going to
pictures.
ask if
It's
the
just
witness could
pictures of the
actually come
freaking
down
university.
from the stand and point out where the courtyard is located in this exhibit for the court's benefit.
All right, do we have a second microphone so it picks up his voice? Okay, Ms. Nestor, thank you for allowing us. Officer, you may step down, approach the monitor, and I would ask that you speak into the microphone when responding to a question.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can, thank you.
So, officer, for our benefit, would you describe again where the LOSI Center is in this photograph?
The LOSI Center is going to be this one with the gray roofs. It's got two different colors of gray.
Two different colors of gray. Okay. I'm blind. I can't see those two different colors from here, but can you describe where the court, looks like we went blank.
There we go.
Can you point to where the courtyard is located on that exhibit?
The courtyard is going to be here where this grass is in this area right here.
Okay. And what about the Fugel building?
Fugel building is going to be this building right here.
And the Woodbury Business Building then?
Woodbury is going to be this one right here with this red brick path.
And the Sorensen Center?
Sorensen Center is going to be this white brick one that's right here.
Okay. Now on this exhibit, can you see the LDS Institute building and the parking structure that we've talked about?
No, not really. You got the back side of the Institute building, which is right here, and the parking structures over
She needs to move her
there.
head.
Mr. Granado, let me
Easy way
stop
of
you
doing
just
it.
for the benefit of the record, because the record is picking up the audio. When you're pointing it to, and I know it may be a little bit laborious to do this, but as you're identifying, indicate the general location on it, or the left side, right side, middle, upper, lower, just so the record knows to some degree where you're pointing, and that way, because the video isn't being captured, so if you would do that, it just creates a more complete record.
Yes.
Thank you.
Understood. That's fair. Thank you, Judge. So again, let's point to the courtyard, and if you'll describe as best you can where that is located on the photograph.
On this photograph, the courtyard is going to be this grass area that's going to be towards the top of the picture. The baseball field's behind it. It's closer to the surrounding buildings. There's some grass in there. That would be the courtyard area.
Okay, we've talked about the Hall of Flags and the walkway above that hall. Where is that located on this photograph?
The Hall of Flags is going to be right by the courtyard, just to the west of it. There's a red brick towards the top of the picture. There's a red brick pathway that goes from the Fugel building, which is on the left of the picture, towards the right of the picture, which is the science building area.
Okay, and then the Sorensen Center, is that the building in the middle with the large white roof?
Yeah, it's going to be kind of towards the upper part of the picture, middle of it. It's going to be a white roof. That will be the Sorensen Center.
And just to the north and east of the courtyard?
Yes, north and east.
Okay, and then finally, if you would describe the LOSI building, the location of that on this exhibit.
The LOSI building is going to be pretty much in the middle on the right side, so middle to the right. It's going to have two different colors of gray, a darker gray and a lighter gray. There's a red pathway, and that will be the LOSI Center.
Okay. You mentioned, officer, that there were different stories on the LOSI building. How many stories does the LOSI building have?
There's 4.
4 stories? Okay. You mentioned that you were familiar with the rooftop. Do you know how to gain access to the rooftop of the LOSI building?
Yes, there's actually an outside stairway right here that comes up. It's going to be just to the south of LOSI building. There's a red pathway right directly in the middle of the picture. Off to the south of that, on the left side of the picture, is an outdoor stairway.
Is that open to the public?
It is.
So that's probably how he got up there.
How would someone access the roof from that stairway?
If they came up, they would put them right here on this pathway that goes between the LOSI Center and down towards the computer science building. There's a red pathway. There's actually a little handrail, like a little guardrail, probably about a couple feet high, that somebody could jump over.
Is that area restricted? Is it off limits?
Yes, it is. There's kind of like a natural barrier with the guardrail, and from there on, there's no path. It's gravel roof, so it's not paved like everything else.
But someone could hop over that railway?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, officer. You can take your seat again.
Thank you.
So I'm assuming since it's off limits, they're probably going to charge him with
Bagley, I'm now
that,
going
or
to
they may just
refer you
overlook that
to
charge.
your attention to State's Exhibit number 3. That's going to come up on your monitor as well. Let me know when you see that.
Yes, I do see it.
Okay. And do you recognize that?
I do.
And what is that?
This is a drone picture of the campus, more of the courtyard, looking eastward.
Okay. I've asked you about several buildings on campus. I'm going to ask you about those same buildings, whether they're depicted in this exhibit, okay? Do you see where the Hall of Flags is located?
Yes, I do. It's down towards the bottom. It's a red brick pathway. It would be the Hall Flags.
Okay. What about the Fugal building?
Fugal building is going to be to the right of the picture. It's going to be a white roof building off to the right, directly south of the courtyard.
And the Woodbury business building? Where's that at?
Woodbury is going to be another red path. That's going to be just to the east of the Fugal building. It's got a gray roof and some red path. That's
The Sorensen Center?
Sorensen Center is going to be on the left of the picture. It's going to have a white roof, different levels, and that would be the Sorensen Center.
Okay. The Losi Center, where's that located in relationship to the Sorensen Center that you've described?
Of the Sorensen Center, it's going to be just directly east of the Sorensen Center, towards the top of the picture. You can see the two different colors of gray of the gravel that's on the roof.
Okay. And can you see the courtyard in this photograph?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Is this picture a fair and accurate depiction of this area of Utah Valley University's campus on September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
State offers Exhibit 3, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we renew the standing objection. We also object again that this individual can't identify when the picture was made or how it was made or by whom.
Mr. Gernander.
Same response, Judge. And just for the record, I was also point the court to State v. Purcell, which is a Supreme Court case here in the state of Utah, 1985, which essentially stands for the proposition that if a competent witness with personal knowledge of the facts represented in a photograph can testify that that photograph accurately represents those facts, the exhibit's admissible. He's also spoke about the date being September 10th, 2025. The showing that's required here is essentially a prima facie showing. We're not required to show proof beyond a reasonable doubt, for example, that it was accurate that day or even a preponderance of the evidence. But we'll submit it on that, Judge.
All right. I'm just taking a brief glance at the case you cited.
I can give the citation if Your Honor would like.
If you have that, I'd appreciate that.
It's 711 Pacific 2nd, 243. And I'm looking at page number 245.
All right.
All right. I'm bored.
The court finds that the witness is familiar with the scene. He testified that it is a fair and accurate representation of what State's Exhibit 3 purports to be, and the court finds that necessary foundation has been laid and overrules the objection. State's Exhibit 3 may be admitted, is admitted, and may be published.
State would move to publish State's Exhibit 3.
All right.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Officer, if you would come down into the well of the court, I'm going to ask you a few questions about this Exhibit 3 as well.
Okay.
Keep an eye on her laptop or on her
Can
screen.
you point out where the Hall
That's
of
what I've been.
Flags is located and describe that for the record?
Okay, I thought they were going to
The
change
Hall
it.
of
But
Flags
keep an eye on
down
it.
here
You
on the
can see what
bottom
it
of the
is.
picture.
when
It's
they
going to
bring
have a red brick pathway with some flowers along the top of it.
You mentioned that you were securing an area of that?
Yes.
That hall, that walkway. Where were you stationed?
I was down here by the end of the flower, which is down here on the outside towards the Fugal building on the far right of the picture.
Okay. In relationship to where you were stationed, where is the Fugo building then?
The Fugo building is just to the right of me, so it would be on the south end of me.
Okay. And so it's on the right side of the photograph there?
Far right side of the photograph, yes.
What about the business building?
The business building is just going to be in the middle of the picture on the far right. It's going to have some red brick pathways. It's going to be multi-level, and that would be the Woodbury building.
Okay. The Sorensen Center, where is that located on the photograph?
Sorensen Center is going to be middle to far left of the picture. It's going to have a white roof on top of it, multi-level.
Okay. And the Losi Center, where is that located?
Losi Center is going to be towards the top of the picture, kind of off-centered a little bit, but it's going to have the 4 or 5 floors that are, the 4 floors that are sitting right there.
Okay. Can you describe those stories, what we're looking at? Where do you find 1, 2, 3, 4, and possibly 5?
So this is ground level where the courtyard is. So this, as you go over in towards the Losi building inside, there's an elevator that would be ground 1, level 1. Level 2 would be the second one where these red ATVs are sitting on the grass right there in the middle of the picture. If you go up from that, that would be the 3rd level. And your 4th level, which is the actual top level of the building, is that very top one with the windows that you can see.
Okay. Is there an atrium on the top of that?
There is an atrium. It's got a little sphere on the top of it. It looks like a little square right on top of the Losi building. That would be an atrium.
Now, you mentioned 2 shades of gray on the rooftop of the Losi building.
Yes.
Can you see that on this exhibit?
I can. So where the atrium is a lighter gray gravel. And on the west side, because I'm looking east, on the west side, there's 2 ventilations for the Losi building, 2 vents on top, and that is in the darker gray gravel.
You mentioned you're familiar with the rooftop of the Losi Center, correct? Yes. When someone is standing on the Losi Center, can they see down into the courtyard?
Yes, they can.
And where is the courtyard located from
It's
the
going to
rooftop?
be in the center of the picture with the grass and the atrium-style steps.
Would that be west of the Losi Center then?
Yes, it would be directly west of the Losi Center.
Okay. Now, in a couple of the other exhibits, we saw a tent that was down, set up in the courtyard. Can you see that tent set?
Builders don't imagine a business. They build it on Base 44. You have
Right. I explained where the hall flags is. It's directly underneath the hall flags, like just on the grass right there.
Okay. Is there a clear line of sight between the tent and the top of the Losi Center, the rooftop?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Is some of it obstructed?
Yes.
Obstructed by what?
The Sorensen building that's right here, this white roof that's going to be, this kind of obstructs a little bit of the view of the courtyard.
So where would you have to be standing or perhaps lying down on the Losi Center to see into the courtyard where that tent was?
On the far south side of the Losi building, you could have a line of sight towards the courtyard.
And that's the top roof?
The top roof, yes.
With the darker shade of gray that
Yes.
you see? Okay. Thank you, officer. I am going to refer the witness now to State's Exhibit number 35. And Officer Bagley, when you see that, go ahead and let me know. Do you recognize what that is, officer?
I don't have it yet.
Oh, okay. So we don't have this in electronic form? We do, okay. Well, I'll refer you to the exhibit that's to your left and behind you. Do you see that?
I do.
And it's marked as State's Exhibit 35 with a yellow sticker, is that correct?
Yes, I can see that on top left of the photo.
Well, for the record, if we can publish that on the witness's screen.
Thank you, Mr. Gernando. I was just going to mention that we shouldn't display it until it's been admitted in, so.
Do you see State's Exhibit 35 in your monitor?
Yes, I do.
Okay, can you Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
This is an aerial view of the campus and the northeast area, just north of the campus neighborhoods of Utah Valley University in Orem.
Okay. And how can you personally tell that this is a photograph of the campus and the neighborhood to the northeast of campus?
I can tell because I recognize all the buildings, the roads that are around it, the streets, the roundabouts, the neighborhood to the north or towards the top of the building or picture also.
Now, I've asked you about several buildings and landmarks on campus. Are you able to see the courtyard on this exhibit?
Yes, you are.
And just for the record, can you describe where this is located on the exhibit?
So right in the center towards the bottom, there's a white triangle roof. That's white. That would be the Sorensen building. It's the patch of grass that's just directly south of towards the bottom of that on the picture. So it's kind of centered, but more towards the bottom, right in the middle.
On this exhibit, are you able to see the Fugel building?
Yes, I am.
And in relationship to this courtyard, where is that located?
That's going to be south of the courtyard with the white roof.
What about the Woodbury Business Building?
Woodbury Business Building is going to be to the east, and it's going to have a red brick path top.
Okay. Can you see the Hall of Flags on this?
Yes, you can.
And where is that located in relationship to the courtyard again?
It's directly west of the courtyard.
And the Losi Center. Can you see the Losi Center?
Yes, you can see the Losi
Where's
Center.
that at?
It's going to be kind of northeast of the courtyard. The two patches of gray that's almost in the center of the picture, just to the slight right of the center.
Okay. I've asked you previously about the LDS Institute building. Can you see that on this exhibit?
Yes, you can.
And where is that located in relationship to the Losi Center?
It's directly north of the Losi Center. It's got a white roof, and it's almost directly in the center of the photo.
Okay. And as we've talked about a parking structure that's nearby the Institute building, do you see that?
Yes, it's just to the west or left side of the picture of the Institute building.
Okay. Is this a fair and accurate depiction of Utah Valley University's campus and the surrounding neighborhood to the north and east on September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
State offers State's Exhibit 35.
Your Honor, renew the standing objection and object on the grounds that there's no indication on this photograph of when it was taken in terms of relation to the
Oh my God, you gotta be
actual
kidding.
incident at issue here.
Thank you, Ms. Nestor. Mr. Granado.
Same response, Judge, but I would just add one more case for the court's benefit. This is State v. Wager, or Wager, W-A-G-E-R. This is a Utah Court of Appeals case from 2016. The citation is 372 Pacific 3rd, 91. And the significance of this case, Your Honor, at issue there was a photograph of the defendant there who was smoking methamphetamine allegedly in his bathroom. The witness that was testifying, that laying the foundation at trial, was not present when the photograph was taken. Could not tell the date on which it was taken, but he had been in the bathroom before, was familiar with the defendant's bathroom and familiar with the defendant. He testified to that personal knowledge, and the court found that was sufficient foundation. So that case, in addition to the other case, the Purcell case, and my previous arguments, and I'll submit it to the court.
Ms. Nestor, anything else you wish to add?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Given the testimony of the witness who's testified he's familiar with this location, he went in detail describing the various neighborhoods and location. He mentioned the roundabout and identified the buildings in State's Exhibit 35. And it was noted that it is a fair and accurate representation of this campus as of September 10th, 2025. The court is going to overrule the objection. State's Exhibit 35 is admitted.
They're grasping
into
at
evidence
straws
and may
right
be
now.
published.
Thank you, Judge.
It's
The
gonna
state
get
moves to
worse.
publish it, and if granted, may I approach the exhibit?
You may.
Officer, I've asked you about a number of the buildings located on campus. I'm just going to ask you a couple of questions about those and to help orient the court to what the judge is looking at, and then ask you about some of the streets in the neighborhood, okay?
Okay.
For the court's benefit, can you point out where the LDS Institute building is?
Yes, I can.
And I'm going to approach the witness again if you could describe where it's at on that Exhibit 35.
Okay. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So you want the LDS Institute building? Is what you're
Yes,
asking?
please.
That is this white roof right here is the Institute building.
Is that in basically the center of the exhibit?
It's almost exactly in the center of the exhibit.
Okay, and where is the LOSI Center located on that?
If you were to go down towards the bottom of the photo, there's two different grades of gravel on this roof. This would be the LOSI building right here.
So below the Institute building and to the right slightly.
Slightly to the right.
Can you point out for the court's benefit where the courtyard is?
The courtyard is going to be to the west or left side of the picture. There's some grass in between two buildings that have a white roofs. There would be a grass area right there with some steps. That is going to be the courtyard area, and that's going to be down towards the center bottom of the photo.
So that's to the left and down?
Yes.
Okay. You mentioned the parking structure. Where's the parking structure next to the Institute building?
The Institute building's right here in the center with the white roof. The parking structure is going to be just to the left of the Institute or west side. There's a road in between it called the Heat Plant Road, which is the road that goes between those two.
And can you point out for the court's benefit how one would enter that or exit that parking structure by way of vehicle or walking?
By entering, you can enter and exit right here on the north side of the parking structure. There's an entrance and exit right here. That's
for a
into
vehicle?
level 1.
For a vehicle?
For vehicles.
And I guess someone could walk in there as well.
Yes, if they were to park into this LDS Institute parking lot over here on the north side of that, there's a tunnel that goes underneath the road that still comes out into the parking structure itself. And then they can exit out here on the second level onto Heat Plant Road, which is that road between the LDS Institute building and the parking structure is the heat plant. They can exit there and go back towards Campus Drive. So you could walk out either up here on the northeast side of the parking structure and cross over to the LDS Institute, or you can come out here to the southeast side and you can exit there and walk down to the courtyard or behind the LDS Institute building towards the LOSI Center.
Okay, thank you. You mentioned Campus Drive. Where's Campus Drive located on that?
Campus Drive starts right up here towards the top left of the picture. It's almost like a T. And it's the curved road that comes all the way down in front of the Institute building and the parking structure. And it goes all the way around campus, comes back down to the bottom of the picture where the roundabout is, and that would be Campus Drive.
Okay. Are you familiar with where 800 South is in Orem?
Yes.
Is that depicted on this exhibit?
It is.
Where's that at?
It's at the top of this photo. It's going to be the long straight road. That's right here at the top of the photo.
Okay. What about 850 South? Are you familiar with that street?
I am. 850 South is going to be towards the right of the photo, top right of it. There's going to be a street that goes east to west. It looks like a horseshoe, kind of. It's going to be the road that goes east to west. In the middle of that horseshoe would be 850.
Okay, so 850 is parallel to 800 South.
Yes.
And just below on this photograph.
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with 600 West?
I am.
And where's that street in relationship to 850 South?
That would be on the far right side of the horseshoe, so towards the right side of the picture, and it's going to be the right side of that horseshoe.
And that runs north and south?
North and south.
Okay. What about 720 West? Are you familiar with that street?
Yes, I am.
And where's that at?
That's going to be to the left side of the horseshoe. That runs north and south, and it comes down towards the bottom.
Okay. And finally, 925 South.
925
Is that
south
depicted?
is going to be on the bottom of the horseshoe that connects those other two wests.
Okay, so just in summary, will you describe the horseshoe and what streets make up that horseshoe?
So the horseshoe comes up off of 800 South, and directly south of that, you'll have 850 South, which is going to be running east to west. On the left side is 725 West of the horseshoe, and it comes down into 925 South, which wraps back around to 600 West on the far right side of the horseshoe, on the right side of the picture.
Okay. Thank you, officer. You can be seated. Okay. I'm going to take you back to September 10th.
Judge is like, you're
2025.
walking through
You
here.
mentioned you were on campus. You had a particular assignment.
Mr. Granado, I'm sorry. We're just going to pull down the exhibits.
Okay.
Thank you. You may continue.
Would you like me to take this exhibit down, Judge?
Are you referring to it in your line of questioning right now?
Not right now, I'm not.
Okay, let's go ahead and take it down.
So you were, you were securing the Hall of Flags walkway, correct?
Yes.
On the south end?
Yes.
What was happening that morning, that day at campus, at UVU?
I came in to do a shift for a special event where we had a guest speaker come in and was going to talk to the students and people around the neighborhood.
Do you know who the guest speaker was?
I do.
And who was that?
It was Charlie Kirk.
Did you see Mr. Kirk that day?
I did.
When did you first see him?
When he arrived on campus, just behind the west side of the Hall of Flags, I saw him pull up.
And can someone access the courtyard through that area?
Yes, they can.
How so?
Where he pulled up underneath the Hall of Flags is a opening to where you could drive a car underneath.
Yeah, it's like a
there's access right there. You could walk or drive.
kind of like a
underneath the Hall
carport.
of Flags.
It's it's got the
And you
steel
saw him
frame, whatever.
arrive?
It's got a roof
Okay.
to it.
Can you describe what you were seeing? What did you observe?
On that day, I observed Charlie going back, doing some meet and greet with some people, getting some photos taken. He then came underneath the Hall of Flags and went to his tent, and he was there answering questions and talking to individuals that would ask him questions.
The tent you're referring to, is that the tent that we see when it was set up in the courtyard?
Yeah, that white square tent.
The white top?
Yes, he was
Okay.
under that.
Fast forward to about 12:20 or so, so a little bit after noon, the noon hour. What happened? What did you see? What did you hear?
I heard an individual talking to Charlie, and I happened to kind of glance over the edge of the railing about that time. I could see the right side of Charlie's shoulder, so not his whole body, because he was underneath the tent, so I could only see probably the right side of his body. He was answering a question, kid asking him a question, and then I heard a shot fired.
Do you know what time that was?
Yes.
What time was that?
12:23.
What did you see?
At that moment, I saw him lean to the left, so
When you say him, you see
Charlie.
Charlie?
Kirk. So I saw him go to the left because I could no longer see the right side of his body. So he went further underneath the tent to the north side of the tent, so left.
Okay. Can you describe the reaction of others that were there?
Yeah, so then everybody started getting up and starting to run, and more of a chaos kind of situation.
Before you continue, can you describe a little bit? So you mentioned Mr. Kirk was answering questions, talking to individuals.
Yes.
Were there others present?
Yes.
Any idea about approximately how many? How would you describe it in your terms?
In my terms, I'd say when I was up there looking down, I'd say there were several thousand people because you had it on the grass. It was jam-packed in the amphitheater, sitting on the grass. You had people standing on the back up along the cement. You had people that were on the second level, the Sorensen, and over by the Woodbury building. There's another level there where a lot of people were standing and watching. So it was pretty packed, several thousand people.
You mentioned you heard something. What did you hear again?
I heard a gunshot.
Okay. And can you describe you described Mr. Kirk's reaction? Was that simultaneous to hearing the gunshot?
Yes, it was.
When he fell to the left?
Yes.
Did you see the reaction from the crowd?
Yes.
What was that?
Everybody kind of got up. They all said, a lot of people were screaming, standing up, and starting to run in all different directions away from the center of the tent.
Okay. You're a police officer helping to secure the area, correct?
Yes.
What did you do?
At that moment, I recognized it as gunfire. I left my post, which was right there on the south end of the Hall of Flags. I proceeded to right where the Fugle and the Hall flags meet, there's some outside stairs that I was starting to run down. As I was trying to get down to the bottom of the stairs, people are running up, people are laying down on the steps. I'm trying to jump over people to get to the bottom of the stairs so I can help stop an individual that's probably shooting.
What happened next?
By the time I got to the bottom of the stairs, I was informed on the radio that we had a shooter in custody. So I thought,
That was the wrong guy.
I was like, oh, that was kind of fast. Obviously, it was.
The new way to own your brand with Wix Harmony. Showcase what you've got.
Yeah, they had that old
Now I
guy.
can assess for anybody that's injured and start looking for any medical needs that's needed at that moment. I started canvassing the area. As I canvassed the area, I was looking for anybody that was injured. I saw a kid on the ground that was on about the second or third tier in the grass next to a wheelchair, and he was almost convulsing. I thought he'd maybe been shot. Talked to the dad as I was running over there. He said that he was just having a seizure, that he was fine, he was not injured. So then at that moment, I observed that there was no other injuries that I could see at that moment.
Okay. Was your attention drawn to anything else at that time?
Yeah, so after we got some people kind of cleared away a little bit, I thought I needed to start preserving the scene because we had a crime scene. And with some of my experience and training to that effect I decided now we need to contain the scene and help preserve as much evidence as we can. So I started pushing people off the grass, out of the courtyard area because I knew that's where the crime scene was. So as we started pushing those guys out, my chief Long, that was right next to me, I looked down and saw an empty pistol holder that was sitting just on top of the grass. And at that moment, things had died down just a split second. I realized that the shot I heard was more of a rifle shot and not a pistol shot.
And what causes you to say that?
Just from being around firearms through all my trainings,
You can tell the difference between a
handgun is more of a short bang pop sound. With
like
a
an
rifle,
AR
you have
or
a more of a
you can tell the difference.
longer, violent bang or crackle sound. It's more of a violent kind of sound. It's longer, so that's when I recognized it.
Okay. Is a rifle sound louder typically?
Yes.
Okay. Going back to when you heard this gunshot, could you tell where it came from? Direction?
Yes, I knew it came from the east of me.
From the east of you. Okay. So you see this realization comes to your mind. What did you do next?
At that moment when I saw the holster, the empty holster, I turned to my chief and I said, that was a rifle shot. And he said, I agree. And I looked up at that moment, right in the line of sight, I could see the Losi building had a direct line of sight. So I proceeded to go look at that and see what was going on up there.
Okay. Can you just briefly describe your route to the Losi Center?
So from the courtyard, you can go into the Sorensen Center, and like I said earlier, there was on level 1, there's some elevators or there's stairs. I ran up 4 flights of stairs, got to the 4th level of the Losi building, and proceeded to the south of the Losi building. There's some stairs, which is at Breezeway between the computer science building and the Losi building. There's some stairs that go up to the top of that. And so I went to the top of that.
Is that the stairway that you previously described?
Yes, on the outside of the Losi building.
Okay. And it's a public stairway?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you make it to the rooftop?
I did.
Do you know about what time you got there?
I got it there at 12:44.
Okay. What did you do when you got on top?
When I got on top, I hopped over the guardrail. I noticed that there was an object which was sitting right about 10 or 15 feet in from the other side of the guardrail in the gravel. That looked out of place to me.
And in relationship to where you hopped over the guardrail, what direction was that object?
To the west of the guardrail.
Okay. And did you recognize the object?
I did.
And what was it?
It was a red and black screwdriver.
Okay. Did you touch that object?
I did not.
Okay. I am going to refer the witness on your screen, Officer Bagley, to State's Exhibit 3.1. Let me know when you see that.
Yes, I see it.
Do you recognize what that is?
I do.
And what is that?
That's a picture of the screwdriver that I saw that day on top of the rooftop of the LOC building.
Okay. And that's how it appeared on the roof that day?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate portrayal of the screwdriver you observed and found that day?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state offers State's Exhibit 3.1.
Ms. Nestor?
Your Honor, we renew, we renew our standing objection and object on the grounds that there's no foundation laid as to when the photo was taken or by whom.
Jesus! The cop, I just
Same
looked up at
response,
the
Judge.
cop. He's like, okay.
My previous arguments.
And did you state that this was a fair and accurate representation as of September 10th, 2025?
I had said that day. I'll ask it again.
All right.
To the officer. Officer Bagley, you saw this screwdriver you're describing on September 10th, 2025. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is State's Exhibit 3.1 a fair and accurate depiction of that screwdriver that day, September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
All right.
State moves to admit.
I will go ahead and admit, State's Exhibit 3.1 is admitted based off of the first-hand knowledge of this, what this image purports to be, and it is a fair and accurate representation as this item on that date of September 10th, 2025, and this exhibit may be published.
Your Honor, before we continue to publish it and ask a few more questions, right now might be a good time to take a break.
All right.
If that's okay with the court.
All right, let's come back at, it's 10:43, let's go ahead and come back, well, 10:44. Let's come back at 11 o'clock, and then we'll resume direct examination. Court is in a brief recess.
My mic was muted. Let me see if I can find something for us to watch. Let's see. Who is live right now? This is humor. What's this? We're watching Nerdy Addict. News Nation, what are you guys doing? Long Crime have anything? I mean, mute this end. It's gonna be loud because I have it up because I can't hear shit. Okay. Sounds like Long Crime is not doing anything. Okay. Live now. What are they doing? Why is nobody talking? Court TV. Jailer. I have a whole bunch of puppy stuff. I'm like, dang it. That's Megan Kelly's. She's streaming it too. The interview. Here. Share this and wait for them to
to
come
help
back.
them to help the judge understand. Remember, this is just a preliminary hearing. This is just to see if there's enough probable cause evidence to take it, kind of like a discovery hearing, to take it to a trial. So all the state needs to do is just establish enough probable cause that yes, in fact, there's a standard of burden had been met, that potentially Charlie Kirk had been assassinated by the defendant sitting in the courtroom. Now, currently, obviously, the rules of our Constitution and the law is this idea, obviously, that he is innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt,
Which is dumb.
in front of a jury of his peers. So this is not a jury trial. This is, again, they're just laying the evidence out to say, hey, the state of Utah says that this individual who's sitting there on trial, at that table, is the individual responsible. That's all they have to do. And once they establish that burden of proof, then a judge will make a ruling. And if in fact he establishes there is enough probable cause, they will go to the next step, and that's where they'll set a court date. And from there, it's going to be a long trial.
Oh, yeah, it will be.
I mean, we're already seeing evidence that this is going to be quite an interesting situation. Now, one of the things Karen and I want you to know, we actually had gone to UVU. We have a whole playlist where we show you the actual crime scene, the area where the rifle and the evidence was recovered. And so if you're interested in that later on, you can go check that out in the playlist of this particular case. There's a lot of theories going around. There's all kinds of craziness. Why no grand jury is because this is they want the public to hear the totality. I think I don't think they wanted a true bill from a grand jury because they want to be able to broadcast this, in my opinion, to the world. I could be wrong, and show that, wait a minute, there's a lot more information that.
Cover your hands, reduce the risk, find solutions here, and get products now. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by.
When we got there, we went to, you could actually see the sniper's nest. I went up the hill where the individual went, and we were able to, show you guys. We interviewed some witnesses that were there, and it was very fascinating to listen to the people that were actually there. And, all the pundits and, all this other stuff that comes later on. I can tell you there are some personalities, celebrity personalities, quite frankly, that have absolutely sent this thing into the atmosphere.
Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. We've got time. I'm watching my screen. So we've got time. Is News Nation saying anything? Yeah, I don't know. News Nations are usually really, really good about talking. So, see what Nerdy's doing. Nope. He no, poor Bubby. Where's Nerdy associated with what we're watching? Just some music, law and crime. Nope.
Approved between 2010 and 2019. Cutting the funding source of that.
I didn't know I could check sound like this. It's so cool. What's Ikmel doing?
Today.
It's like no one is talking.
Anytime you put a witness on, especially a professional like a police officer, which my understanding is there's going to be 4 police officers who testify to probably 40 or 50 different.
Oh, we can watch this.
Even though I'm a global health physician, I was Googling the word pandemic because I couldn't understand.
COVID czar Amy Acton didn't search the price of her liberal agenda. Businesses shut down, healthcare costs rose, inflation skyrocketed. Ohio can't afford liberal Amy Acton.
Your next breakdown could cost thousands.
Unless you have endurance.
I will the different exhibits, and you're going to go through their experience. You're going to go through, where they were on that day, and then they're going to start to really, really narrow the focus about everything that they saw that is relative to the crime. You mentioned I heard a rifle shot, and why do you say that? Well, because a pistol, a firearm, they make different noises, and you can tell a pistol shot from a 30-06.
Yes,
and
you can.
That was, I think, pretty interesting considering some of the tinfoil hat crowd out there, right? But at the same time, the defense counsel is going to make this as laborious as possible. There are no rules of evidence in a preliminary hearing, yet they've objected to every single exhibit thus far based on foundation. Now, let me just say for everybody, if your daughter or a friend takes a picture of your backyard, just because you didn't take the picture on that day, and maybe you weren't even in the country on the day that picture was taken, you can still authenticate a picture of your backyard as a fair and accurate depiction of your backyard. And that's all he was asking the officers to do. Frankly, I've had Google Earth images authenticated by police officers or by the owner of the wherever that the Google Earth was depicting. So defense is going to make this laborious. The thing about that is if they do that in front of a jury will hate them because they are just dragging it on, just making it hard.
That's what Tyler's
because all
team is
the
doing.
objections are
They're
overruled.
going to drag it as much as
And
they
then
can.
the evidence comes anyway. So we would just wasted another 20 minutes because you guys wanted to jump up for some preservation of the record objection that was meaningless.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and so you think that this is just a preliminary trial tactic then, Jay? That they will, do you think that...
It could, I mean, it could be, but typically you just wouldn't, your prelim hearing tactic and your trial tactic, they're about the same thing. And if we're, if history is any indicator, they've objected to everything. They've been a very litigious defense group. And so I don't know that they're not going to object to everything on the record, build a record, because they know, here's the thing, the reason you do that, the reason why you look scared is because you are scared, because you know there's overwhelming evidence against your client. And the only way to save his life is to hope for an appeal, an appellate court somewhere that says, you know what, that judge shouldn't have overruled that. It should have been sustained and yada, yada. And therefore you got to have a new trial. Well, okay, we're just going to take a plea deal now because it's 15 years from now and some of the witnesses are dead or don't remember. It's just an old case. And that's the hope. That's the tactic. I've seen it done over and over again. There's nothing new here. The evidence is overwhelming against Tyler. Is in the indictment. Right? I mean, but the evidence itself, and we haven't even heard from the lover and the
We
parents
won't because
from
he's fucking
Tyler
scared to
Robinson,
come.
where admissions were likely made by Tyler Robinson.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, we've got an exhibit. I mean, they've got a list, right, of exhibits that they're planning on, right? So we've got a drone image of UBU, photo of the screwdriver, daytime photo of sniper perch, video of mother with children in crowd, written statement, video of shooting from behind the questioner, written statement, video of shooting from behind Charlie Kirk, written statement, video of shooting from behind the booth, photo of the rifle in the bushes, photo of the rifle in the bushes, photo of rifle in box, medical examiner report, UVU surveillance, doorbell camera, and then they've got recorded statement from Lance Twiggs. So, I mean, there's a ton here. Jay, it begs the question, because I saw some people mentioning this on social media, other lawyers kind of chiming in, and I don't know if this is specific to Utah law, but there was some people that were sort of saying, I'm surprised they didn't waive the preliminary, the defense didn't waive the preliminary hearing. What do you make of that? Is that even an option in the state of Utah, first of all? And assuming that they had a choice one way or the other, can you surmise tactics from either decision?
My theory about that, they didn't waive it if they're allowed to. They didn't waive it because they were hoping to get a lot of the exhibits thrown out.
Well, I am surprised, frankly, that they didn't waive the preliminary hearing. The prosecutor said that that the defense counsel has received every piece of evidence. So it's not like they're just wondering, is there any evidence against Tyler Robinson? They've received it all. They know that the evidence is overwhelming. So why air it all this week when there's not even any rules of evidence, right? So anything that might be inadmissible is not inadmissible this week. And what's happening is the world is watching. People are hearing the evidence against Tyler Robinson. No longer will defense counsel be able to hide against the tinfoil hat crowd and hope that they can draw some of those jurors for the actual jury trial, because there won't be any legs for the tinfoil hat crowd to stand on, because it will be so overwhelming. The admissions, the ballistics reports, the fingerprints, the DNA, some of the other evidence that likely exists that hasn't even been commented on yet.
They're just trying to get it thrown out. That's what they're doing.
Waive it. It's not like, that's the other thing, is that it's not like this is going to be sworn testimony from eyewitnesses where they said they saw a small dog one day, and then on the stand they say they saw a puppy, and they try to make reasonable doubt out of that. The hearsay is admissible. So, the officers, when they're having these conversations with other people and they testify about those conversations, that would be hearsay at trial. So there's really no ability to impeach on that hearsay, because it won't even be admissible at trial. You have to actually call the witness. So again, it's just I don't know that this defense team is the dream team. That's kind of the conclusion I'm reaching at the moment.
Any thoughts, Blake?
It's just, I've been expressing all this bafflement to people that it seems every time there's a famous trial, the rules are totally different. We obviously have 50 states, but it's all just very overwhelming. So we're very grateful to have you here, someone who's experienced, to walk us through this. A thought I've had, I know they say they plan for this to take about the week. It's going to be full days, other than Wednesday they have a half day. Is there any chance this ends surprisingly early or goes surprisingly long? Could this go into the next week?
I bet you it will.
With this defense team, it's possible. I mean, the prosecution really, if the judge, allows things to move along, the prosecution really should be done today.
If the other side over here, this lady or Tyler's allegedly dream team, if they keep doing objections, it's definitely going to go into Monday.
Most of the stuff is just being entered, like the medical exam. I mean, they have to prove that Charlie Kirk did in fact die, and that he died from a gunshot wound, and that it was deemed a homicide by the ME. So those are all just sort of admitted pro forma. A lot of these exhibits will be admitted pro forma, so they should be done today, maybe first thing in the morning. But this defense team, that for some reason, they want to drag their client through and let the whole world see just how guilty he is, and maybe poison the jury pool. Maybe that's the only tactic that makes sense here, is that they're trying to make voir dire so hard because everybody has seen such overwhelming evidence of Tyler Robinson's guilt.
Well, so you say they could get it all done today. So, for example, the Lance Twiggs statement that they have, that they can't cross-examine, but are we going to hear the whole statement? Are they going to give a summary of the statement? Are they just going to state,
show the video?
We have this, and we'll get into it?
It's a video interview that they did with them. So I would presume, Jay, that they're going to show the whole thing, right? Or at least they're going to show the video.
They are, or at least play the audio of it if the judge doesn't want to show it, that's fine. If I'm the state at this point, every piece of evidence I'm putting in, because you guys are making me go through this ridiculous process. You know what your client did, so does he, but you want to go through it? Fine. I am going to paint the most guilty person that ever lived for the whole world to see and behold. So I'm not pulling punches if I'm the prosecution at this point. You're going to make me waste a week on this? Fine. Guess what? Your guy is going to look like the most guilty person that ever lived. And he is. So go ahead, state of Utah.
Whoa.
Man.
I just built a budgeting app in Base 44.
Guys, Nina just built an app.
Impossible. Nina can't code.
Interesting.
Painful as possible. I don't think that's going to happen. Yeah.
It better not happen.
Yeah.
But that, I mean, you look, all these strategies are losers, guys. That's the thing you got to remember from the defense perspective, the defense lawyer's perspective. Everything they do is going to cause a loss, right? Their guy is gonna be found guilty and likely sentenced to death. So if that's the case, then I mean, what strategy isn't worth trying, right?
Huh. That's
point.
I think that's a really interesting
Yeah,
point.
it does sound like they already
when
know
you
that
when you
he's
sort of like
guilty. They're just trying
don't
to
have the
delay
evidence
it.
on your side and there's not a whole lot of outs, you're just kind of throwing stuff at the wall to see if you could
What
get the judge to do
Correct.
something
100%.
that could trigger a
Drag it
mistrial
out.
or get it reversible on appeal. I find that like a really interesting psychology for the defense, to be honest.
People keep speculating that the defense might be hoping on, can we get a weirdo on the jury who's just who'd be open to thinking Israel did this, the Trump administration did this. I imagine it's basically malpractice for the lawyer to openly play to that, and they don't want to end up getting disbarred. But would that be in the back of their heads that the longer we drag this out, the more crazy people there will be, and that could improve our odds of a mistrial?
Well, perhaps. I mean, you do broaden the pool. The longer the crazies get to run around on the internet, then the more crazies there might be. But look, the prosecution is going to have a team of people scrubbing social media, scrubbing chat rooms, everything they can get their hands on to be looking for anything as it relates to Charlie Kirk. And there are 12 people in the state of Utah that haven't formed an opinion about Tyler Robinson's guilt, but also don't subscribe to the tinfoil hat crowd, I guess, as I'm going to continue to call them, because I mean, they can be fair-minded, open-minded. They have to be able to subscribe to the death penalty. That'll be difficult in the state of Utah as well. Very conservative, very religious state. But here in the great state of Alabama, we do it on the regulars, and some people can get past it because justice is important. So again, the defense counsel, they're going to try every single tactic. They're going to try to break the will of the prosecution, and that ain't going to happen.
Yeah, I don't really see. I mean, when you've got this much evidence, right, Jay, you would think that the prosecution is sort of willing to go through brick walls if they have to. All these objections, all this procedural stuff. I mean, I can't imagine that they would be cowed by that. We do have this clip getting loaded right here, and I think it's worth playing back, Jay, and get your reaction to it. It's a longer clip, so if you bear with me. But this is the moment where UVU police officer Chris Bagley describes the sound of the rifle and what he saw and did in the immediate aftermath. And the team, it's loading, but we will have that for you in just a second, I believe. Right, team? It's just a long clip. Bear with us. But I think this is kind of one of the central pieces. Okay, it's ready. Let's go ahead and play it. Jay, can you hang there just right now while we play this? It's a longer clip. Bear with us, audience, but this is the way the court works. SOT 19.
You mentioned you heard something. What did you hear again?
I heard a gunshot.
Okay. And can you describe you described Mr. Kirk's reaction? Was that simultaneous to hearing the gunshot?
Yes, it was.
When he fell to the left?
Yes.
Did you see the reaction from the crowd?
Yes.
What was that?
Everybody kind of got up. They all said, a lot of people were screaming, standing up, and starting to run in all different directions away from the center of the tent.
Okay. You're a police officer helping to secure the area, correct?
Yes.
What did you do?
At that moment, I recognized it as gunfire. I left my post, which was right there on the south end of the Hall of Flags.
Jay, I apologize. I guess the
hearing
is coming back.
Something.
And is it already up, guys?
What are they showing?
All right, so we're going to go back to the hearing. J-Town, thank you so much for joining.
About that. In addition, I want to talk about the exhibits as it relates to their admission and publication of the exhibit. So whenever there is an objection to an exhibit, I would ask that the attorneys are clear specifically what they're objecting to. There's basically three levels of objections that could be objected to. First, the admittance of the exhibit itself. Second is the publication of the exhibit to the gallery. And third is the publication which is electronically captured by the media. So, counsel, I'll leave it to you in regards to what you object to or what you wish to respond to. If no objection to the publication media capture of the exhibit is specifically raised, the court will presume there's no objection. So, being that the monitor was introduced today by the court, I wanted to offer that guidance to the parties in regards to your objections. With that, let's go ahead and return to the witnesses. I do note for the record that the counsel is present and all the parties are present, and let's go ahead and proceed. Mr. Grunander.
Thank you, Your Honor. We left off Officer Bagley with just having admitted State's Exhibit 3.1. I believe the court also granted our motion to publish 3.1. So we would ask the court to publish that to the gallery, 3.1.
Ms. Nestor, any thoughts? No, Your Honor. All right, we'll go ahead and publish Exhibit 3.1.
I was seeing they were doing any commentary over on their side. All right, I'll be right back.
Looks like it's just taking a second to come up on the screen. Let's go ahead and unplug and replug in the monitor to see if that brings it back to life, to display. Looks like it's noticing a flicker on my screen here. Thumbs up. All right.
All right, I'm back. What's going on?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, Mr. Grunander.
Thank you, Judge. Officer Bagley, so you testified that this is the screwdriver as you saw it on September 10th, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to...
I thought I turned my mic off. I'm sorry.
Which roof?
Low-C building.
And in relationship to the entrance, the stairway, and when you hopped over the rail to get there, where was it located?
About 10 or 15 feet in.
Okay. If I could, Your Honor, bring up State's Exhibit number 2 that was previously admitted. Right. I would like to have Officer Bagley come down from the witness stand and point on that exhibit approximately where this screwdriver was located and describe it for the record.
All right, you may step down, and if you have a microphone for him as well.
I think there was one up there. Oh, here we go. So if you can describe where you saw that screwdriver, point to that.
Yeah, so this is the Low-C building right here, the light gray. Here's the guardrail in the center of the picture with the red brick. Just over that, about 10, 15 feet in, right there.
About right there, okay. Now on this exhibit, exhibit 3.1, there's an evidence tag, yellow number 5. Was that present when you found the screwdriver?
No.
Okay, so that was left there by an evidence tech?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You can take your seat again. Officer, I'm going to direct your attention to your monitor again and have you look at State's Exhibit 3.2. And if you'll let me know when you see that.
Okay, I see it.
Okay. And can you tell us what that is?
Yes, that's a picture of the top of the LOSI building looking west.
Okay. And how do you know that that is, in fact, the top of LOSI Center, looking west?
I can see the landmarks of several buildings, that the Fugel building's on the top left of it. You've got on the right is a white roof, which is the Sorensen building on the right side of the picture. This is also the gravel area on top of the LOSI building.
Okay. Can you see the courtyard from this exhibit?
Yes, a little bit.
What about the tent that was set up that Mr. Kirk was underneath?
Yes.
Okay. What about the Hall of Flags?
Yes.
Did you mention that this was facing west? What direction are we looking?
We're looking west towards Utah Lake.
Okay. Officer, is this a fair and accurate depiction of what you observed on September 10th, 2025 on top of the LOSI building?
Yes.
State offers. State's
I'm waiting for an objection.
Ms. Nestor?
Your Honor, I think that we renew our standing objection. There is an evidence tag here, which begs the question that it's not a fair and accurate representation of how he saw it. And we also don't have any indication about when this picture was taken or by whom. So we object to its admission.
I see. Thank you. Mr. Grunander.
Oh my God.
One more question, Judge. Officer Bagley, apart from the evidence tag, do you see an evidence tag on that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Was that present when you were on top of the LOSI Center and observed this?
That was not.
Okay, otherwise, is it fair and accurate?
Yes.
State moves to admit.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Given that follow-up question, noting that the evidence tag, it appears to be number 2 on State's Exhibit 3.2 was not present, but otherwise it is a fair and accurate representation, as stated by the witness to State's Exhibit 3.2. The court will admit it into evidence, and it may be published at the discretion of, or the request of counsel.
Your Honor, the state would move to publish it.
All right.
The defense is really trying to grasp at straws here.
Officer Bagley, will you describe what it is that we're looking at here?
Yes, on the top of the photo, you got the mountain range on the back. That's going to be looking west. You also have Utah Lake, which is towards the top of it. As you come down towards the center, on the top, you've got a pond, which is the ponds over at Utah Valley University. If you come down from that, from where the water meets that red bricked part, more towards the center is the Hall of Flags. And just below that, where you can see the grass and the white tent, is where Charlie Kirk was sitting looking west. And we're on top of the LOSI building.
And is this depicting a particular corner of the LOSI rooftop?
Yes, it is.
And this is the top rooftop?
Yes.
Is it the same level where we observed the atrium that's to the north?
The atrium's up just a little bit higher. So this is the top level of 4.
Level 4, okay. And what area of the rooftop are we looking at here?
You're looking
as far as the gravel?
Southwest side of the LOSI building.
Southwest side, okay. Is there a line of sight down into the courtyard?
Yes, there is.
In that area? Okay. What else do you observe on this exhibit that's significant to you, officer?
There was some disturbance in the gravel right where, and around the area where in the area where the yellow marker is there was some disturbance that caught my eye there.
Okay. And does this photograph do it justice?
No.
And how so?
You can't really see the impression I saw at the time of when I was up there the on that day, I saw a distinct impression in the gravel, and this does not show that.
Okay, so you could see more with the naked eye?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to refer the witness to State's Exhibit 4 on your monitor there. And let me know when you can see that.
Okay, I can see it.
And do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
And what is that?
This is a nighttime view of that same photo. That was just last, same view, looking west, and I can see the disturbance in the gravel.
And what tells you that this is the same photograph as the last one, as Exhibit 3.2?
You can see the hall flags. That's direct, almost the top of the photo. In the middle, you got the hall flags. You can see the tent in the grass area, the direct line of sight with the Sorensen building, and I'm on top of the gravel of the Losi building, southwest side.
Is there also an LDS temple that's depicted in that photograph?
There is. It's going to be on the top left of the photo. It's lit up.
Okay. Do you know who took this photo?
I do.
And who took this photo?
Melissa Richards.
And who is Melissa Richards?
She's senior forensic for the state of Utah.
Okay.
Examiner.
And how do you know that she took this photograph?
I spoke to her.
Okay.
Objection.
Let's renew the objection to hearsay that's in our standing objection.
Thank you. Mr. Grunander, do you want to respond to the objection about hearsay?
Yes, Judge. Under Rule 1102, hearsay is admissible to establish the foundation for or the authenticity of any exhibit. That's found in 1102 sub B sub 3. I would also point out for the court that under Rule 1101, which is the applicability of the rules, in subsection C1, the determination of questions of fact preliminary to admissibility of evidence, when it's determined under Rule 104, which are preliminary questions, the rules of evidence do not apply. 104 speaks directly to laying foundation for an exhibit, so even at trial, hearsay is admissible to establish the foundation of an exhibit. I would also just point the court to State v. Griffin. This is a 2016 Utah Supreme Court case.
The new way to own your brand with Wix Harmony. Showcase
186, which stands for hearsay evidence is admissible to establish the foundation of an exhibit, even at trial. And we're at a preliminary hearing today, Judge.
All right. Anything further, Ms. Nestor, before I issue a ruling?
No, Your Honor.
All right. We're going to overrule the objection to hearsay. I note the standing objection by defense. I also note Rule 1102, and I also look to Article 1, Section 12 of the Utah Constitution, which states nothing in this Constitution shall preclude the use of reliable hearsay evidence as defined by statute or rule in whole or in part at any preliminary examination to determine probable cause or at any pretrial proceeding with respect to release of defendant if appropriate discovery is allowed as defined by statute or rule. For those reasons, I'm going to overrule the objection, and as it relates to reliable hearsay, in this instance, you may proceed.
Officer Bagley, did you ask Ms. Richards if this was a fair and accurate depiction of this scene on the Losi building on the night of September 10th, 2025?
Yes.
And what did she tell you?
She said it was.
Okay. Your Honor, the state offers State's Exhibit 4.
Ms. Nestor?
Just object to relying on what Ms. Richards told him in terms of creating the foundation and refer back to our standing objection.
Oh my God.
Submit it.
All right. Well, as I look at State's Exhibit 4, and again, I'm just looking at it before me, it said it was a fair and accurate representation. There's a notation, I mean, in the previous exhibits, there's a marker, exhibit marker, and I see 2, but it also appears to be other artifacts on this image that I haven't heard any testimony about, and so
I will follow up, Judge.
All right.
Officer Bagley, do you see an evidence tag in that exhibit?
Yes, I do, a number 2.
A number 2, and that's yellow and black?
Yes.
Do you see other evidence markers that are red in color?
Yes, to me they're orange, but they're triangular shaped.
Okay. Were those markers, the evidence tag 2 as well as the orange or red markers, present when you observed that scene that day?
No.
Okay. Were they present, however, when Ms. Richards took this photograph?
Yes.
And she indicated to you that that is a fair and accurate representation of what she observed that night?
Yes.
State would move to admit Exhibit 4, Judge.
Ms. Nestor?
Objections, Your Honor.
Oh my God.
Ms. Nestor. I'm going to go ahead and overrule the objection, noting that the marker, evidence marker, as well as the red or orange markers, I can't tell which color it is, was not present originally. With those included information, State's Exhibit 4 is admitted into evidence and may be published.
Thank you. The state would move to publish that.
All right.
And I would ask for the witness to come down to explain the exhibit.
All right, officer, if you'd like to step down, use the microphone, and as previously noted, describe, when you're describing something on the image, where it is located on the image for the benefit of our recording.
So, officer, will you describe for the court what it is that you're looking at?
So what I'm looking at is I'm on top of the Losi building, which is where the gravel is towards the bottom center. I'm looking west towards the tent, which is in the upper center, that you got a white tent. You can see the grass down there in the amphitheater. You got the Hall of Flags, that's more towards the top center, and behind that you've got I-15. But what I'm looking at is in the disturbance of the gravel is what I saw that day.
Okay, and what can you describe for the record that disturbance?
To me, when I got up there and I could see this disturbance of gravel, to me it looks like a sniper pad, a person that has been laying in a prone position, and you've got markings of elbows, knees, and feet to where somebody was in the line of sight of where Charlie's tent was.
Thank you. And if we could, again, take the, if we could publish State's Exhibit number 2. You recognize that, right, officer?
Yes, I do.
Where on the Losi rooftop did you observe this disturbance in the gravel?
If you go to the
Can you
center
point
of the
to
picture,
that?
if you go to the center of the picture in the darker gray part of it, on the left side, so the south side of the Losi building, it would be right in the line of sight of the Charlie Kirk tent that's straight in front of it.
Okay.
So the southwest side of the roof.
Thank you. You can take your seat. And finally, I would direct the witness's attention to State's Exhibit number 5 on the monitor. Let me know when that's there.
It is.
It is
Yes.
there. Do you recognize that exhibit?
I do.
And what is that?
This is going to be a picture of the side profile of that last photo we looked at with some red or orange markers and a number 2 with also a tape that's there on top of the Losi building.
What was that tape that you said?
There's a measuring tape, it looks like.
Okay. Are you able to tell which direction the photograph is, the photographer was facing?
Yes.
And what direction is that?
It's facing south.
This is a nighttime photograph, correct?
Yes.
Do you know who took this picture?
I do.
And who took the picture?
It was Melissa Richards.
The same individual that you spoke about before?
Yes.
Did you ask her whether this is a fair and accurate depiction of what she observed that night?
Yes.
What did she say?
She said it was.
With respect to what you observed that day, apart from the evidence tag, the yellow tag, as well as the orange or red markers, is this a fair and accurate depiction of what you observed?
Yes.
What's different about what you observed as far as what's on the photograph, the previous exhibit, compared to this?
You can see more of the length of an individual. So you can see that there's 2 elbows, 2 knee areas, plus also towards the far right of the photo is also a marker where like somebody laid a gun down.
Okay.
It's like a prone position.
Your Honor, pursuant to Rule 1102 as well as other authority that's been cited today, the state offers State's Exhibit 5 into evidence.
Your Honor, we renew all the same objections we made to Exhibit 4.
Thank you. Given the foundation that has been laid and that the witness has testified that this is a fair and accurate representation of the scene, noting the tape as well as the markers in that, State's Exhibit 5 is admitted into evidence and may be published.
State moves to publish Exhibit 5, Judge.
All right.
He said what? They have like 50 like exhibits, 45 more to go. God.
Before turning to what you did next on that day, taking you back to the daytime of September 10th, 2025, did you secure the rooftop of the Losi building that day?
Yes, I did.
And how did you do that?
I put yellow police crime scene tape around the portion so nobody else would disturb that area.
And when you say that area, what areas are you talking about?
I'm talking about the roof where it was the southwest side of the roof where I found the disturbed gravel, where it looked like somebody had been proned out in the line of sight of the tent. So right there.
Did you secure the area as far as any of the entrance area up onto the rooftop with police tape?
Yes, so then where that natural guardrail is, that was the other barrier where they were advised not to go any further from there other than police officers.
Okay. If we could go back to State's Exhibit number 2. If we were to zoom in on this photograph, are you able to see the police tape that you put up on the rooftop of the Losi Center, officer?
Yes, you would be able to.
Kimberly, if we can zoom in. Officer, I'm going to have you come down and describe for the court where you put that police tape up to secure that scene, the rooftop area. On the southwest corner of the rooftop.
I'm getting a little chilly sitting here.
So this is the top of the Losi building. You got your 2 different grays. The southwest is towards the top, center of the picture. You can see some yellow tape that spans from over here on the far right side of the picture by these black pipes, goes around a silver vent, comes back down around to the corner of that silver to keep everybody out of that area where that prone position was at.
Okay.
Oh.
On that photograph, are you able to see where you put the tape up as far as the access way to that roof near the stairway?
Here, I'm going to pause this real quick because there was an update and I didn't see it. It was 27 minutes ago. It says Charlie Kirk's parents and widow left the courtroom before the shooting was described. The 3 of them walked out of the courtroom about a minute after former Utah Valley University police officer Chris started testifying about Kirk's arrival on campus the day he was shot. Kirk's mother, Catherine, clutched a pocket-sized packet of tissues. She had been listening to the proceedings with her head bowed and eyes closed. Widow Erica Kirk had been leaning her head on the shoulder of a blonde woman sitting to right of her. It doesn't make any sense. Defendant Tyler was meanwhile been sitting quietly between his attorneys at the defense table, looking at the exhibits on a monitor and occasionally taking notes. He's wearing a gray suit, a pale pink shirt, and a tie with his wrist shackled to a chain around his waist. So I wanted to read that. They left. I don't think they're back. They're in there right now.
So it was the Losi building during that day. I noticed the screwdriver, kept going to the edge, found that prone position. At that moment, I realized, because it was direct line of sight, plus the disturbance in the gravel, where I could see somebody laid down in a prone position or a sniper position, and asked dispatch to get on the then I realized that we probably didn't have our shooter in custody.
Duh.
In that moment.
The guy.
I asked dispatch to get on the camera system.
The guy that they originally had, the old man, he's been known to go to like these rallies or these events and stuff and claim that either he's going to do it or he's the one who did it, something along those lines.
And to see if anybody was at the time of the shooting.
Did they describe what his movements were?
They did. They stated that he ran to the edge, dropped down, crawled, got in a prone position.
I'm going to stop you right there. Ran to the edge. What direction and what edge?
Running west and southwest of the Losi building. So ran towards the tent of where Charlie Kirk was, so they could get a line of sight. And then the individual stood up after the shooting and ran northeast on the top of the Losi building.
Okay. You mentioned that this individual on the video dropped off the edge. Did you get that?
I haven't mentioned that.
Oh, what happened? What else was described to you?
Then, well, at that moment, so I knew that there was possibly a shooter on the run.
Your Honor, can we just have a continuing objection to all of the hearsay that's being testified to here?
And Judge, my response to that was I'm not actually offering this for the truth of the matter asserted at this point, simply for the effect on the hearer. So I'm not offering what's been described in the video as substantive evidence.
All right. Ms. Nestor, with that clarification, any thoughts?
I'll just stand on the objection. I don't think, I mean, he's clearly offering it for the truth because he's asking him to describe the route of the individual, and it's based on what other people told him. So if he wants to circle back to it after he's put the video in, I mean, we could do that. But right now, I still think it's inappropriate hearsay, Your Honor.
All right. Anything further, Mr. Grunander?
I'll submit it to the court.
All right. So as the magistrate, as this is not to a jury, it's to myself as a magistrate, I am not accepting that statement for the truth of the matter asserted, simply for what has been stated. So I'm specifically making that finding as I'm receiving this evidence, and I'm not accepting it for the truth of the matter asserted, only as represented by Mr. Grunander. And with that, the objection is overruled. Mr. Grunander, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. So you mentioned you were provided with information that an individual was running north on the Losi rooftop, correct?
Yes.
What else was described to you?
At that moment, I knew I had responding units coming into the scene. I advised other officers that I needed the Losi building secured, searched, because I didn't know exactly what way other than he ran north. That moment, I went down to the police department, which is just down the stairwell, and looked at the video myself. And
where is the police department located?
It's in the Gunther Trade Building, just directly to the south of the Losi building.
Okay.
So where I described those outside stairs, the building to the left of that or south would be the Gunther Trade Building.
Okay. On what level is the police department?
It's level 3.
Level 3, okay. Upon arriving at the police department, what did you do next then?
I then look at the footage to verify for myself exactly what expired on that moment, where I could see an individual run to the edge, get up, and then run off, and then drop off the northeast side of the building, of the Losi building.
Okay. Having viewed that, what did you do next?
At that moment, I realized I had more crimes, a bigger crime scene that I needed to contain and preserve for evidence. At that moment, I went and grabbed some more crime scene tape, and I responded to the northeast side of the building and secured an area where I saw impressions of the shoe print inside the grass, and also up above on that northeast side of the building, I could see on the cement where someone had scuffed there and then dropped down to the shoe imprint and then finished going northeast.
Okay. If I could take the witness back to State's Exhibit 2. You mentioned seeing an individual drop down. Could you come down and point that area out to the court?
Yes. Okay, this is the LOSI building again on the top right center of the photo. Southwest side is where the individual was laying down prone in the line of sight, came behind the aquarium or atrium, came behind that on the west side of it, came up to the north side of the LOSI building on the east on this white square piece on the far right of the picture. And then he dropped off on the east side of the LOSI building into the grass down here below.
So the northeast corner?
Yes, northeast corner.
You mentioned you observed something on the grass?
I did. I saw a shoe imprint that was embedded pretty deep right there next to where he dropped off.
And this is all footage that you personally observed on the surveillance video?
Yes.
Okay. When you got to the scene, describe in as best detail as you can what you saw on the grass then.
So when I got to the scene, I could see that there was a shoe imprint there. When I looked up onto the cement from the roof, I could see some. To put crime scene tape around the whole area in case there was more evidence that needed to be preserved.
On that exhibit number 2, do you see where you placed the crime scene tape?
Yes, I do.
And where is that? Can you describe that to the court?
It's going to be on the far right in the center of the picture. You can see the yellow tape. I came around trees, came up further out of pictures, some more trees. I came down all the way down to the back side of the LDS Institute building where there's a sidewalk to block everybody out of coming up that way.
Okay. Did you at one point leave the scene?
I did.
Did you release the scene to anyone?
Yes, I did.
And who was that?
There was 2 Payson police officers that were standing there.
Okay. Were they in uniform?
They were.
Did you provide them with any instructions?
I advised them not to let anybody inside the crime scene other than law enforcement or investigators.
Okay. You can take your seat again, Officer Bagley. You've talked about the disturbance in the gravel that was observed on the LOSI building.
Yes.
Did you walk through that disturbance in the gravel?
I did not.
Did you otherwise touch it in any way?
No.
With respect to the shoe print that you observed on the grass on the northeast lawn area below the LOSI building, did you walk through that?
I did not.
Did you otherwise disturb that?
No.
Officer Bagley, what did you do next?
From that moment, I then released the scene. I went down to the Fugal building and knew that where the incident command center was at, so I could relay information that I'd found to responding units and people in charge.
If I can have just a moment, Judge.
You may.
State will pass the witness, Judge.
All right. Ms. Nestor?
I wonder how this is going to go. I bet you the state side's not going to object as much as this woman
Before you
has.
begin, what time would you like to break for lunch? I don't want to interrupt a line of questioning, and so I just want to make sure that we're just taking a look at the clock and when you feel is a good time to break, roughly in that 12:10 range.
I will aim for that, Your Honor. That shouldn't be a problem.
Okay, thank you. You may proceed.
May it please the court. Yes. Good afternoon, or morning still.
Morning.
Officer Bagley, my name is Kathy Nestor. I'm one of the attorneys representing Mr. Robinson today, and I do have some questions for you. So you mentioned that you checked in around 11 a.m. on the day of the shooting. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you know in advance there was going to be this event on campus?
I did. I signed up for an overtime shift, so yes. For
you
the special
signed-
event, I signed up for the overtime shift.
Got it. And so did you attend any type of debrief or briefing or meeting to prepare for the security of this event?
I did not, because that morning when I got there, we had individuals on top of the Hall of Flags. So when I walked in, I just checked on, was going to get my uniform on. The chief Long got a text or an email or phone call stating that there's people on top of the Hall of Flags throwing stuff down to the tent. Therefore, he sent the 2 officers that were on duty down to secure the area. I got dressed and then came back on, and then went to the Hall of Flags to secure that area.
So you never attended any kind of, I'll just use the word debrief or meeting to talk about what the officers on scene were going to do that day to keep everybody safe?
No, not that morning.
Do you know if there was such a meeting?
I don't know, because when I got there, it was starting to, people were throwing stuff down on the tent.
And do you know how many UVU officers you guys employ normally?
Employee, there was 15.
And do you know how many were assigned to cover that event that day?
That were assigned to cover it. There was 6 of us that were, there was a patrol one and then 5 others that were there with the chief.
Did you all have an idea there were going to be thousands and thousands of people there? Or was that a surprise to you?
Had an idea.
And you only had 5 officers?
6, yes.
6, I'm sorry, counting you, I was
Yes.
thinking. And of those 6 officers, are you all armed? Do you carry weapons?
Yes.
What type of weapons do you carry?
Glock, pistols.
And was there any use on campus of, I think they're called magnetometers, but the machines you walk through at TSA in the airport where it checks to see if you're carrying anything metal, what we all had to go through to get in the courtroom. Were there any machines like that set up or being used on campus that day?
No.
And as far as you know, were there any drones that were flying above campus that day?
Not that I know of.
Sounds like she's
And
trying to set it
did
up to
anyone
make
ever
it.
talk to you
these
about
guys'
covering anything near or on top of or in the Low-C building? Were you ever assigned that area before the shooting?
No,
Do you know who was?
I don't.
And when you got up to the roof that afternoon, was anybody around that was law enforcement?
No,
Nobody on the roof?
no,
Nobody on the stairway?
no,
Nobody on the walkway?
no.
Okay. And in the state of Utah, is a campus a gun-free zone? Are students allowed to have guns on campus?
It's an open carry state, so yes.
And did you see anybody that was armed that day other than law enforcement?
I did not see.
Were you aware of whether Mr. Kirk had his own security team present there with him?
Yes.
Did you communicate with any of those people?
I saw one individual that was on top of the Hall of Flags right next to me, yes.
Okay, and that was before the shooting?
Yes, and then I saw several down in the crowds and down by him, yes.
And were you aware of whether that person was armed either?
I was aware he was armed.
Okay. Was there any other law enforcement agency besides Mr. Kirk's private security team and your 6 officers, including you, that were covering that event that day? In other words, did you have any Provo police or Orem police or anyone that you knew of or federal agencies?
I don't know.
You never saw any that day?
No, not until the response came in.
And you did mention, I think I heard you just a few minutes ago testify, you turned over the scene on the roof to a woman who was a deputy sheriff, right?
Yes,
And that you turned over the scene where the individual dropped off to, I believe you said, was it Orem Police?
Payson.
Payson Police, thank you. Those people weren't there till after the shooting, right? They were part of just a response of everybody in the area?
Correct.
Okay. Did you receive any type of briefing materials, written materials prior to the event that talked about who would be covering what or anything like that?
No, not that morning. Like I said, it started getting hectic, so we were trying to get down there to secure the area and push people away from the top of the tent.
Now, when this event was over, you prepared a report, is that right?
I did.
And in the report, it covers a lot of what you testified to with Mr. Grunander, doesn't it?
Yes.
And I think you said you attended, what, 600 hours of post-training?
It's around 600 hours, yes.
And I'm sure somewhere in that training, you were taught the importance of your police report
Yes.
and how it will be relied on years later to recreate events like it's being done right now. And so you know it's really important to be as accurate as possible in your report.
Yep.
Can we put up Bagley 1?
Can we switch it over to the defense table, please? Thank you so much.
She's all acting nice and
show
shit
it
now,
only
but she
to
was
the
a
witness.
bitch when the other guy was up.
All right.
Do you see that report in front of you?
I do.
And is that the report that you prepared, or did you prepare this report?
I didn't. I did a supplement on it. But I didn't prepare the report. So, like, because the incident was a big agency assist, so obviously it says it has all the responding officers to that effect.
Oh, we need to go to the page. Thank you for pointing that out. Can we please move to page 3 or 5, maybe? All right, now let me ask the question again. Sorry, we just had the cover sheet up. Is that your report?
Yes, this is.
All right, and did you prepare that?
I did.
When did you prepare this report?
It looks like it was done the next day, either that day or the next day, because I wanted to make sure that I had it done where everything was fresh on my mind.
And do you have a copy of it in front of you?
I do, as a matter of fact.
May I just step in and just make sure that it's the same one? May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Oh, you're good.
And this is, we got to ask this now. Did you use AI to help you prepare your report?
I did not.
Okay, good. When you prepared your report, you referenced when you first heard the shot, don't you?
Yes.
And what is the time that you say that you heard the shot?
12:23.
Right. And when you wrote that report, you did not state in your report the direction you heard that shot come from, did you?
No, apparently not.
Take your time and look at the whole report and see if there's anywhere in there where you ever mentioned that it came from the east or to your right.
She was gonna try to say that since he didn't put it in, that the shot could have came from somewhere else.
I don't see his direction.
Okay. And you also, I believe, in your report, you also don't state whether or not, you don't mention anything about thinking it came from the Losi building or anything like that, right?
Later on, when I recognized when I saw the empty holsters, I think I actually said that in there, where I see the empty holster, that I realized the line of sight.
Okay, so let's talk about that holster for a minute. So you heard the shot, and you only heard one shot, correct?
Yes.
And then you came down from the walkway above the tent, right?
Yes.
And you came down to really the grassy area that we've all been looking at, the courtyard.
Yes.
And there was kind of chaos, people running around.
Yep.
Yes. And while you were down there, you saw what you said was an empty holster.
Yeah, as I was clearing people out and making sure that the evidence was preserved, about towards the top, after a little bit, I saw an empty holster sitting there.
And when you say towards the top, can you be specific and tell us where you were?
So on the south side in the courtyard, there's some tiers of seating where the grass is different levels, and it was towards the top, maybe just right before the cement is where everybody's standing, so there's different levels. It's towards the top on the grass.
And when you saw the holster, can you describe to me what it looked like?
An empty concealed holster.
For what type of
For
weapon?
a pistol.
Okay. And did it have any markings on it?
I didn't even know, not that I noticed.
And what happened to that holster?
I have no idea.
Did you ever take custody of it?
Nope.
Did you ever tell anyone else to take custody of it?
Nope.
You just left it on the grass?
I did.
Oh, that's not good.
Was it ever fingerprinted to your knowledge?
I have no idea.
Okay. At some point,
there were drones in the air. Is that right? Did you become aware of that?
Yes, I was made aware of that.
Do you know who put the drones in the air?
Sergeant Cam Nelson with the Provo Police Department.
So it wasn't UVU?
No.
Did you guys even have drone capability? Did you have a drone on campus that you used?
No.
All right. So someone would have had to bring one after the shooting onto campus because you wouldn't have had one there.
True.
You mentioned that as you were coming down into the grassy area from the top above the tent, you come down the Hall of Flags, you come into the grassy area. You mentioned that you heard, I guess on your radio, that they had a suspect in custody.
Yes.
And so how long do you think between the shot being fired did you hear that?
I was in, like I said, trying to get down the stairs, jumping over people, trying not to step on people as people were fighting up. Within 30 seconds, maybe.
Right. So they pretty much instantly had someone in custody.
Yes, and that's why I was quite surprised.
Were you aware of where the person was taken into custody?
Right down by where Charlie Kirk was sitting by his tent, somewhere down there.
So in the courtyard area, the person would have been in the courtyard area at the time of the shooting.
Yes.
Was that person in or near or around the holster in any way?
No.
You don't know?
No, he wasn't. Where the holster was up on the top level up there, and it was where when the incident happened, when Charlie got shot. Within seconds, the other officer that was down by him said that he was in custody with a prisoner of the shooter. So
I will be right back.
So-
FedEx showed up.
right there.
I'm gonna make sure I get that package.
At that time, it was your understanding the person they took into custody was close by Mr. Kirk, is that right?
Yep.
But it didn't occur to you that, well, that's not where I heard the shot come from. They must have the wrong person. I should talk to somebody.
During the chaos moment, no. They said they had a person in custody. I figured those guys saw something I didn't see. They took the person in custody, and I thought that was him.
Okay. This would be a good stopping place because I'm about to start another section.
Okay.
So maybe we could go 5 minutes early for lunch.
Absolutely. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, officer.
We're going to go ahead and break for lunch. We'll come back at 1 o'clock. I do want to note for the camera operator, if you would just be cognizant and turn off the microphone during breaks and when we break for recess, that would be helpful. Does either party need the benefit of the record before we break for lunch?
Not the state, no.
All right. We are in recess.
All right, I'm back. What do they do? Taking a break? What's going on? I missed something here. So let's go back over here.
Experienced the noises, the sound of the shot, what he put in his police report. Very procedural, very by the book. Everything feels very deliberate. These are my general takeaways here. I don't see anything that's surprising yet, but noteworthy, certainly.
I mean, you see it. I was messaging a friend of mine. It's a little remarkable. Obviously, it's such a high-profile case. Then when you see these police officers being asked, "What were you on campus for?" "Oh, there was a guest speaker that day." "Do you know the name of that guest speaker?" "Yes, I do."
Yeah.
"Who was-" And they're laying that all out. But this gets back to, you want to make sure everything is entirely by the book as this goes through, precisely because it's so high-profile. Precisely because there are people who will seize on literally anything they possibly can to, we believe, help the person we believe is guilty escape
Yeah.
full culpability.
Yeah, you're right. It's the sort of procedural nature of it is fascinating to watch, actually. So you've got Officer Bagley. So he says, yeah, I signed up for an overtime shift for this event. And the way that they have the exhibits so that they're not displayed publicly, I think this is an interesting clip to show, just to kind of go through the way that, the step-by-step process that has to be followed here based on Judge Graff's instructions. So he actually has to get off the witness stand to go and point where he found the screwdriver. So you don't actually get to see it, but he's off camera pointing to it. Let's go ahead and play it just as a good example. SOT 23.
Go ahead and publish Exhibit 3.1.
Officer Bagley, so you testified that this is the screwdriver as you saw it on September 10th, 2025, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to, and this was on top of which roof?
The Losey building.
And in relationship to the entrance, the stairway, and when you hopped over the rail to get there, where was it located?
About 10 or 15 feet in.
Okay. If I could, Your Honor, bring up State's Exhibit number 2 that was previously admitted. Right. I would like to have Officer Bagley come down from the witness stand and point on that exhibit approximately where the screwdriver was located. So if you can describe where you saw that screwdriver, point to that.
Yeah, so this is the Losey building right here with the light gray. Here's the guardrail in the center of the picture with the red brick. Just over that, about 10, 15 feet in, about right there.
Thank you. You can take your seat again.
So that was interesting. I think that's just a good example of how we have to navigate these exhibits so that they're not published. Just a quick programming note for anybody watching on the stream. We have Jet Metcalf, Austin Metcalf's dad, just about to join us. And I know he's got some words of encouragement for Erica. Speaking of which, there's an interesting report here. I'll try and get the graphic for everybody here. This is I've confirmed that this is actually a reporter inside the courtroom. There's I guess this is let me get the name of this reporter.
So I guess it's lunch or
Senior
something
national
right now.
correspondent
I'll
for
let
News
this
Nation,
play.
Brian
I may
Enton.
step away from the mic so I can get
If you could throw that graphic up when you get it. Just like a screen grab of the tweet, but he said, seen from inside the Tyler Robinson courtroom, Erica Kirk was crying before the hearing started. Donald Trump Jr. is in the front row with his wife. Tyler Robinson was laughing with his attorney before the hearing started. Erica left during the description of the shooting. So I just think it's like important just to kind of understand that this is, there's a lot of noise, there's a lot of attention on this. There's a lot of back and forth. I'm sure some of you have seen my my Twitter back and forth with Candace or Blake's. All that's noise, because actually what is really important here is the fact that these are human beings that are dealing with this awful experience, and I just can't imagine being in that courtroom right now, and the fact that Erica has to do that and be in front of all those people for something she's a victim here, and Rob and Catherine Kirk, Charlie's parents as well.
And we should note, we've seen Erica has never seen a video of the shooting. She's never really listened closely to a description of it. She does avoid doing that. Yeah. And so when he says she walked out, she's walking out because the officer's describing what he saw and what happened. Yeah. And that's still very challenging for her.
Yeah, absolutely. And I believe we have our guest is just about ready. Jeff Metcalf. Again, I reached out to Jeff because there's very few people, especially in sort of the more recent, days and weeks and months, that could relate to what Erica's going through. And Rob and Catherine, of course, Charlie's parents, more than Jeff. And so Jeff Metcalf, Austin Metcalf's father, joins us now. Jeff, welcome to the show, and thank you so much for making the time. And I see you're wearing a beautiful shirt there, sir. Thank you.
Thank you for having me on.
Yeah. With you, it's kind of easy because I'm not talking about details of the case. I'm not talking about procedural, elements that the lawyers are throwing out there. I just want to hear from you. And I'm sure Erica and Rob and Catherine, Charlie's parents, would love to hear from you too, because you've been through something terrible and tragic and awful. And you've experienced the crazy media attention and the social media of it all. And, you know, you were a victim because you lost your son, and you had to go through hell to get justice for him. And so the floor is yours, sir. We'd love to hear what you want to tell Erica, what you want to tell Rob and Catherine in this moment.
Well, first, my condolences go out to them. Says, there aren't really words that can make you feel better, but knowing that someone has gone through and understands maybe what you're feeling gives you a little bit more comfort when it comes from them. But I just tell them, you know, I know they're strong in their faith. So am I. And that's what's gotten me through so far for me. But sitting in that courtroom for the first time ever, facing the person that's accused of murdering, you know, either your spouse or your child, it takes a range of emotions. It's a roller coaster ride while you sit there. And to be able to maintain and keep your thought process coherent is very challenging at the least. There's a million different emotions that pulls you 100 different ways. You know, there's the human side of you that sits on your shoulder and whispers in your ear the things you really don't want to hear or shouldn't hear. And then there's the little guy on this side of your shoulder who whispers in your ear and tells you what you should do and what you shouldn't do and who you try to be. It goes back to an old Indian story about the young lad who asked the chief, you know, what's inside of us? And he said, well, there's two wolves that live inside you. And one live is, you know, full of hate, anger, fear. And the other one is, you know, love, compassion, kindness. And the young Indian said, well, which one wins? And he said, the ones you feed the most. So it's the same thing with emotions when you have, like, for forgiveness. For me, people, because this is what happened when Erica stood up there and said she forgave him. That was the same exact thing I did. And my phone started blowing up because they're like, oh my God, you know, she just forgave him just like you. And I said, people don't understand forgiveness is for me. So I don't carry hate, anger, revenge inside of me. You have to let that go and rely on your faith, because it says vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. So I mean, you can go scriptural, but realistically for your mental health, you really need to learn how to let that go so you don't carry it around, so it won't eat you up like cancer. And that's the reason I was able to forgive so fast, because I know what I needed to do for me and as a Christian. And it doesn't make me any more or better or less of a Christian, because at this point, even my son cannot forgive him for what he did. And I told him, that's fine. You don't have to. But this is a personal choice for me and a personal choice with my faith that this is the path that I choose to go. Now, I don't forgive this person for his actions. I mean, I have to forgive him and hope to God that he can repent and find Jesus Christ as a savior. Doesn't take the fact away that he murdered my son. Doesn't take the fact away I'm still human and have emotions. Don't think I'm not angry. Don't think I'm not sad. Don't think I don't cry. I mean, all these things are true. But to make it the final destination of where I know I'm going to end up right beside Austin at some point, and then he can tell me why, the understanding, because I don't have understanding at this moment. I just have to trust God's plan, because I don't understand why he needed my son at 17. But I'm also very aware there's evil in this world, and it does exist. And like I've always said, light always overcomes darkness. So no matter what, I've learned to try to tell myself, this is only temporary. Whatever's happening to me is only temporary. You will get through it, because a saying I came up with a long time ago is, if God brought you to it, he can bring you through it.
That's true.
So I have no idea what God has planned for me. I sure didn't see this coming at all. But it does reshape you. It does break you down, and you become someone different, because you're never going to be the person you were before. That person is gone, and you have to learn how to live in, I don't want to say a new normal, because I hate that phrase, because there's nothing normal about it.
I'm a military widow.
But you have to learn what I chose to do is, one of the things I've learned is, instead of learn how to live without him, I'm going to live for him. So I'm going to keep his name out there. I'm going to do, I'll probably form a 501(c)(3) and get some nonprofit and an organization, all in for Austin Metcalf Foundation or something, because I want to keep it going. I want to help people out there. I want to be able to keep the message alive, because I think nowadays in today's society, the youth has no impulse control, de-escalation skills, conflict resolution skills. I think some of these things need to be taught early on, even in school. I think it could be a curriculum. I would love to go around and speak to high school and colleges and wherever would want to hear me speak upon this. I would love to be approached so I could spread the word and do something like that. I mean, because right now at this point, I really don't have a clue what I'm going to do next with my life. And I just trust God that he's going to point me in the direction. Yes, I'm a big fan of Turning Point. Yes, I was a big fan of Charlie Kirk. Has nothing. A lot of people will say, well, he was racist. No, he wasn't.
No,
he wasn't.
He just told
If you listen to him, just like, I was taken out of context. People can take snippets and then turn it into their narrative. And that's totally unfair. And to misrepresent someone like that, really, what kind of person are you, and what are you trying to achieve? Are you just out there stirring the pot, trying to get clicks, trying to make a living off social media or TikTok? Are you actually have value that you're putting out there, or is it really just crap?
Yeah, Jeff, that's what I hear you saying is, you want to take this tragedy and turn it into purpose. And you talked about speaking on campuses or at schools or whatever. We'd love to help you do that, because I do think you have a really important message to spread, and to live with that purpose, live for Austin. I find so much of what you were just saying. Blake and I lost somebody too, but not on the level of you or Erica or Rob and Catherine. But if I felt like I related to it a lot as well, because you do kind of realize that the life you had before all this happened, it will never be the same, and you have to live in our current moment with our current reality. I think that's something I've been reticent to accept. So even hearing you say that was powerful for me to hear.
Well, I'm just a normal guy. I'm a vessel that God chooses to use however he sees fit. I don't always agree or like it, but I trust him, and he's putting things in front of me that I need to open my eyes and be aware of. Just as this interview today. I've always been a huge Turning Point USA fan. I was a huge Charlie Kirk fan, and just to be able to be on the show and talk and understand, now I'm not going to say that my loss is the same as Erica's loss, because it's not. Hers was a spouse, mine was a child, but that doesn't take away from her loss or my loss at all, because loss affects all of us differently, just like grief affects all of us differently. And there's no timeline, there's no instruction booklet, there's no getting over it. That doesn't happen. And the worst thing someone can say to you, and I know they're always trying to be nice, is how you doing? Are you okay? Okay. To me, that's the dumbest question in the world. Don't ever ask me that. I'm like, seriously? I understand you don't know what to say. Just put your hand on my shoulder and pray. I mean, you don't have to be sometimes it's awkward for people. A bunch of my friends even like, we don't know what to say to you. And I said, you don't have to say anything. Just come sit down beside me. That's all. You don't have to say a word. Just your presence tells me you're here for me. And that's what I need to know. There's no words that are going to make me feel better. There's no words that are going to make Erica feel better. That healing and that feeling better happens within us, the person who suffered the tragedy. Yes, I appreciate the condolences and the love and the support throughout the nation, the world, the community, my friends, my family. But you still have to go through the process. You still have to grieve, and there's 5 phases, and they can raise their head at any time. And I can be fine for a week, and then a tsunami of emotion will hit me just instantly. It could be a trigger of a favorite song or a favorite place or a favorite food or just any little memory that can be triggered will force you right back into that flow of emotions. Well, basically, you lose it. You start crying, and hopefully you're in a safe space, hopefully, but truth of the matter is, you don't control this, and it's.
Find relief from over 100 menopause symptoms with Winona's bioidentical hormone replacement therapy. Over 80% of Winona patients see total symptom relief in approximately 3 months. Take the first step toward feeling like you again with Winona.
To grieve. Don't try to hold stuff in. Let it out. And if you don't, I'll tell you, if you keep it inside, it's going to eat you up like cancer, and you're going to be miserable, and you're going to be bitter, and you're going to carry grudges, and it's going to affect the way you raise your children, the way you talk to your spouse, your boss, everything in life. You'll become a bitter, sour. Yeah, I'll never be the same, but I think this also gives me the opportunity to become better, to be better than what I ever have been. Now I've got the opportunity to even step up further. Now I've got the opportunity maybe to help other people. Maybe I can go around and speak to people that can actually make a difference. And I'm not saying I'm Charlie Kirk, but along those lines, he went around and spoke and made a difference. He was an amazing individual. I will never compare myself to him. I can only admire from afar and try to achieve, half the person he ever was. The man was just a walking chat GPT, full of knowledge, and had words that you couldn't go up against. He made too much sense, and that's what the problem is for the left. He made common sense.
That's the best I've ever heard it. Actually, Charlie made too much sense. He just made too much sense for them. And I love what you're talking about, though. And Blake, I want to get you in here, but I just feel like you're talking about this process of becoming, right? You think about a story, whether it's a movie or a book or whatever, where, the character has to become. They're put through this trial and they become something different. And, the character, like you think about Jonah and the whale. Jonah didn't want to go to Nineveh. He didn't want to,
No.
he ran from God, and but God forced him to sort of step into that calling. And eventually he said yes to it. And I think
out of the boat.
Yeah.
There's a ton of biblical things. So people, there's tons. David in the lion, Peter in the boat, Lazarus back from the dead, Jesus wept. There's so much things that's in the Bible that, yes, I choose to incorporate into my life. Charlie chose to incorporate into his life. Now I'm not saying other religions are bad or anything. It's just a personal belief, and it's who I want to be, and it's who I want to reach. And anyone who has the same belief as me.
Stop the stream, and I'm gonna restart it. So I'm gonna restart with a new stream. Make sure you're subbed up. Come back. As soon as I close this out, I'm gonna open another one or reopen another one. So just come